Okay, well, we're all started up.
Do you talk, Pom, or what?
What?
Does Pom talk or what?
Never. Looks like my plan for
All right, can I
data
ask you
is.
something, Nadia?
Go ahead.
And what in- interested you to become a computer programmer? I'm curious.
In effect, mathematical modeling.
Oh, okay. So you were always good at math as a kid?
Yeah.
It's the
That's
opposite with
one way.
me.
That's one way of putting it. Yes.
I mean, I can do math, but doesn't mean I like to do it. But it is what it is.
Um, the first programs I ever wrote were one was a ballistics sort of affair where I was on basically used kind of Reynolds number based affair uh, and Runge-Kutta integration of the diffie to go about well modeling the trajectory of a projectile, and the one after that was second one was the actually the infinite product expansion of the gamma function to try to compute it at complex values, which turned out to be not a very effective method for um, computing it, but I guess got me able to I don't know, try it out and such. So those are my first two programs. What was your first program?
Have you ever considered making video games, Nadia, or like working in that type of industry, like coding for like games and that kind of thing?
Not really. My understanding of it is that the physical modeling parts are have to do with very faithful or accurate modeling, and the second one is that the engines for that kind of physical modeling, whatnot, and even the graphics rendering on top of that are largely already done in licensed code, and excuse me, the work that goes into it in general surrounds the graphics and uh, similar kinds of issues, like making the texture maps, doing the mesh editing, and so on to give you graphical entities that are rendered and so on. So that's kind of what I'm all interested in. There was talk going around about it. There was graphical modeling, I think, Biancar or something like that was floating around my campus, and yes, another associate prof, and their discussions of graphics had to do with, I guess the parts that they talked about with me had to do with elliptic functions and certain, I guess, like optimal spline curves and whatnot, and or spline curves of optimal curvature, rather. And the way this ended up playing out was that, well, they told me a bit about the graphics industry and whatnot. So when I did, I got the impression that, you know, the industrial part of it all was not that interesting. Yeah, when there's discussion of, like, I don't know, the kind of graphics that I would find interesting in a way. The credential requirements are immense. Basically, without a PhD, you can't really work in it at all. Well, it's actually not a saturated market. Is that they're really stringent about who they let in the door for rendering engines and so on.
Well, they let you in the door, so
For what?
obviously they thought enough of
No,
you to be a part of their team.
no, they didn't actually. I was on to do kernel development, not graphics rendering engines or physics modeling.
But they pay you good money when you were there, Nadia.
Yeah, it was good while it lasted. It didn't last as long as it needed to keep me going or get my transition goals done.
That sucks. You care to share exactly why it was they let you go? I mean, does it have anything to do with your medical conditions? Did you just
Yeah,
decide to move on?
excuse me. It had everything to do with medical, but there was also sort of vendetta against me that caused major life disruption during the medical crisis. So it wasn't the medical crisis alone.
Yeah. Yeah. Sucks.
If any one of the things that went on hadn't gone on, would have come out of it largely intact. Not all of them combined.
You know how to hack, Nadia?
Not really. I was never involved with security.
Okay.
Hey, Nadia, have you seen the cartoon where you're in it?
What cartoon?
Go have a look what Pom put in. You might want to see it, eh?
I'm terrified.
Hey?
What did Pom put in? Whose cartoon?
Side 10 Atheist.
Oh shit.
You want to have a look at it? If I was you, I would. It's you versus Rand Campbell. Oh, and you lose.
I'm probably not going to be happy with it. I lose against everyone, so it doesn't matter.
Well, against Rand Campbell, you lose against him. How can you lose against Rand? What's wrong with you?
I lose at every debate I'm in.
Against Rand Campbell.
Nadia baguette smuggler.
It's funny.
Not a very flattering. Not really. It's rather masculine looking picture. Needless to say, I'm not really happy with it. So.
That's funny.
Color me not amused.
Breadline. I like that. Nadia baguette smuggler. Is it a red line?
Oh, well.
That was funny.
I don't keep up with my detractors to that extent.
Fuck Ren. Oh, you're drinking Mountain Dew. That's one of your weapons, Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Oh, diabetic coma. Oh no. Insulin, power up. That's bad.
That's, yeah, I am glad I didn't go any further than the original sort of icon display or whatever.
Cunt fighter!
Yeah, they do realize that what I'm drinking is 0 calorie, which they don't, I guess. If they do, they don't realize the distinction or why it makes a difference.
Don't get all pissy, man. It's funny. That's fucking hilarious, actually.
I'm not really laughing, so anyway.
No. Why not? What's wrong with you?
I'm laughing stock already. I need more of it pushed on me. I'm laughing stock already. I don't need more of it.
It's not. It's funny though, man. Don't worry, it'll make you more popular if anything. You know that. So don't worry. That's good that they do that to you. Do you think anyone does that to me? Puts me in a fucking video? The only fuckwit who's ever mentioned me, Nadia, is a little fuckstick by the name of Stephen Bachman, right? Who sits there and threatens me in a video, trolling, and says I've threatened him and his family. What a fuckwit. You know what I mean? That's my videos, that's what I get. But you get a funny thing, you know, that's good. It'll only make you more popular. You gotta realise that. I think it's great, man. You know what they say. And what do they say about that? You know you've made it when you're in The Simpsons or something like that, they reckon. So don't worry. That's good. I can't hear.
Okay, sorry. I said I have Jack and Chet in terms of YouTube subscribers and G+ followers. And likewise for Twitter and Facebook. And Tumblr, even worse. So I am not impressed with the claims that I have popularity or fame.
Well, you will now after that. I like it. People like you, man.
No, I won't. People don't like me. If they did, well, I wouldn't see them doing what they're doing.
Some people do, some people don't, man. That's just life, right? You can't have it all, man.
Well,
take what you can get.
Yeah,
If someone went to the trouble,
there's having it all, there's having it all, there's having it all, and there's having enough. And having enough in two senses of the word. Yeah, I don't have enough in a very real sense, and
yeah, but
in
I
a
see you
very
laughing at
real
it.
sense, I've had more than enough.
I know. But you were laughing at it. I saw you laughing. I know you liked it.
No, you didn't see me laughing at it.
I did see you laughing. I saw you laughing at it. Be honest. That's funny though.
Opposed to what?
Do you know what I hate? I have to find all my certificates. Fucking hell, man. I've got so many I can't find. Jesus. Transcript of academic record. Oh, jeez. Jeez. Too many.
Oh fuck! Come on.
What?
I don't even know what causes calmness. Yeah, that's a real groaner.
The skinning. This is like, I think if I can bring anybody in from Tumblr, Twitter, or Facebook. Nobody shows up by, I don't know when. I'll just give up and. I'm not sure. I think the evacuation is like staying off of Sheffield. Thank you, Mark, for taking on the podcast style. That kind of thing is just a bit too shocking or whatever for me to.
Every time he's in your house,
Yeah. Something's bogged down and running slowly, but who knows what it is. Number 19. Yeah, I already know I don't look very feminine. That's eh. Okay. Given that I think the rest of you are getting bored, I'll start bringing a few people in.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Actually, let's try doing a different set of circles here. Hi, William.
Usually this is packed. There's like, you have to struggle to get in.
I'm playing some games with the who I'm inviting to see if I can get some fresh blood in. Yeah, Fights and Atheist video is not very, I don't know what. Oh, for fuck's sake. Shit. Well, I think he retargeting towards LGBT people is not going very well.
So what kind of debates usually go on? Because I've watched a couple of these. And it
Usually
seems-
religious.
Yeah, it's what it seems to be most of the time.
Yeah, it's all pretty, I don't know what, dull. Yeah. Okay, I'll give it 5, 6 more minutes, and then I'll just start bringing in people from G+ again. I was like, I don't know, thinking a shift in emphasis from, sort of atheism versus theism thing to LGBT would be good. But unfortunately, people aren't really showing up.
That'd be interesting.
And frankly, the atheist versus theist thing is turning a lot of people off from, or a lot of the people I would actually try to bring in as the new ones off. Like, oh shit, the last thing I need at this point is more people telling me how terrible I am for being what I am.
Last time it was like one person. You had one person versus like four, and that guy was having pretty like hard to back up arguments, and it wasn't. It was kind of just like going over the same issue over and over.
Yeah.
But I got some good discussion for the LGBT stuff.
Really?
Yeah, but
Like
probably like it's more anti though, which probably isn't the greatest thing, but oh, that guy was in the other discussion.
Oh dear.
I did, yeah. I left the other one.
Welcome, Farhan.
How are you doing, Nadia? I left because they were talking about animal, which is fine, but I just wasn't as interested.
Talking about what again?
Hunting and animals and things like that, like local, just different things. And it was a nice discussion, but it just wasn't my cup of tea, if you will.
I like the guy with the goggles. He was kind of fun to talk to.
They were all awesome.
Yeah.
Tybalt?
It's a rival hangout, Nadia.
Was it?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, like I really have any competition.
Pardon?
Like there's all that much of a competition for versus what I do.
Well, if I'm being serious, there's really not much.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit of flash in the pan. They don't put that many hours in individually, and even collectively, yeah, they don't cover the night shift.
You sleep on camera.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Why is that? Why not just why not just turn it off? Why not just disconnect?
Well, people don't know what happens or what's happening. If they know I'm asleep, they see me asleep. They, don't spend ages trying to talk to me or something.
And do people, that happens, like if you're sleeping?
Well, by and large, when your camera's off and you're something with a profile pic, people don't really know that you're not there. You go AFK, well, somebody's talking to you and have no hint that you're not there.
Mm. What I mean is, why not just completely disconnect and sign off?
Well, the hangout would stop or go off air.
Really? So you have to be there?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know it worked that way.
About a minute and a half, and then I put the link out on G+ for the wolves to close in. William, did you want to have a bit of an LGBT discussion before the wolves jump in on it?
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can. I guess I would be the only one in my position of, I don't want to say completely anti, but I do have arguments in that direction.
I'd like to hear that.
All right.
Try me.
Well, I don't know. The biggest thing is the LGBT, the big push for gay marriage, and I know it's really it's just wrong immediately. You're gonna get jumped on oh, you're against gay marriage, you're a terrible person. But it's not really that I'm against it. It's just that I'm not really for marriage in general. Even for myself, I really don't see much worth in getting married in my life. In my life, there's really nothing that would motivate me to do it. It doesn't seem like that great of a thing. So I guess I don't understand the huge, strong push that are creating huge political divisions and a giant division through country and other countries for something to me that doesn't seem like is really worth it in the first place.
Well, it is a derailment of the entire LGBT rights and liberation movement. The financial benefits for rich white gay men is not really pertinent to the rest of us who need, well, employment discrimination protections with teeth, as well as the usual sort of protected class status, and again with teeth in the areas of housing, healthcare, public accommodation, and justice. So,
So
those are the real issues. The marriage things are, just gigantically irrelevant.
So wait, marriage gives you protection with job security and stuff?
No, I said that the marriage issue is a derailment of the LGBT rights and liberation movement.
And their main priority is the stuff you mentioned after that.
Employment, housing, healthcare, public accommodation, and justice, discrimination, and a big part of the issue is doing anything about any kind of discrimination at all that has any effectiveness or to resolve the actual issue.
Okay. Is there?
I mean, essentially the same kind of issues that make the de jure or on the books anti-discrimination policies ineffective for any other minority, like race or sex, or religion for that matter. Also make the kind of non-discrimination policies that aren't even in place yet, that would make them ineffective for LGBT people as well. So the issue of anti-discrimination enforcement with teeth is hovering over all of the protected class statuses heads.
So there is a lot of that going on where people are just losing their job from discrimination because of their sexual orientation?
And gender identity, yeah.
Okay.
The gender and sexuality minorities, both gender and sexuality, gender being transsexual, or transgender in general, are hit very hard. Transgender are hit much harder than the sexual orientations. You can keep sexual orientation the better in a manner of speaking. Gender identity, a fair amount of the time, people can look at you and tell. And that gets you hurt a lot worse than something you got to tell people.
I don't.
You could always just not tell them.
Tell with you. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. First off, I thought you were done. I actually cannot tell with you.
Yeah, I 10 atheists, and I shouldn't say that. Okay, well, people depict me as a rather masculine character when they depict me. It is broadly observed that I am not very feminine in appearance, or in my sound either. Sound of my voice.
Your sound is, I would assume if I heard it, feminine, but I mean, I wouldn't, like, I would believe both ways, like if I heard it, but I would primarily think feminine when I first heard it.
Yeah, I would too.
Like it would be like, oh well, just like a guy with a woman with a slightly deeper voice, but I wouldn't think anything beyond that.
I realize you would like to comfort me on those fronts, but
no, I'm not.
I realize you would like to comfort me on.
I'm not.
Yes. You can tell me that. But in the meantime, I have reality where, the rest of the world doesn't want to be nice to me in particular, or have any particular motive to be hostile to me either. Says differently. So.
Would it be too forward to ask for any like a background story, a little bit, or like a history?
History, like what?
Just of you or yourself or your experiences with this issue.
Well, my original plan was to never come out, period. I was supposed to go on sabbatical with a huge-ass war chest and come back from it a woman and never actually get caught in the middle of it and so on.
About what?
Without, I don't know, having without kind of like being caught in the middle of it or having to negotiate being, well, not looking like I should look and not sounding like I should sound and so on. What actually happened, of course, was, my lifetime's earnings, my life savings, etc., that were supposed to go toward it were misappropriated, to say the least, and of course, was destroyed by vendetta while on medical leave and so on. And last but not least, I said, after having great difficulty and so on, getting back into any kind of programming, which didn't last very long, I had a heart attack. Realized there might not be enough time to build up a war chest. There might not be enough time to get all the way. So I would try to go about, living like as much of a woman as I could, even if I couldn't get all the way there. And I got canned within like 2 weeks of basically coming out or whatever.
From work?
Yeah.
And what were you doing at the time? I'm sorry?
It was computer programming, but I shouldn't go into greater detail because there are sort of like speaking ill for employer issues.
What the hell do they care? And what do you care? Like, screw them, frankly.
Well, if I name them, there can be problems with, since it's sort of a claim of discriminatory action and so on, you get slander, libel, etc. I think libel for recorded broadcasts and so on.
Okay, fair enough.
So, you just got fired making the transition?
Yeah, kind of basically within two weeks of it, yeah.
Okay.
Or 2 weeks of basically just announcing it, not actually making it.
Oh, yeah, how did you announce it to your coworkers?
Not so directly. I mean, I was going out for surgery, etc., and some of the logistics behind it required disclosing more details.
I mean, that must have... there's a... I don't watch that show. I was just saying that must have been really strange for them, or like interesting for them. There's a show. I don't watch the... I think it's called The Real World. I don't watch that show, but I've seen one season, and like, I mean, my impression of it was always like it's this dumb like high school, college, or whatever TV show about like just honestly like emotionally unstable people who are willing to fight and whatever. And they had this one that I thought was actually really good. And honestly, I watched the entire episode.
What was the show called?
It's called The Real World.
What was the show called? The Real World. Okay.
Yeah, it's like an MTV thing.
It's like a reality show, right?
It's a reality show. Actually, I grew up thinking that show was like really stupid, and like, I mean, some parts of it were, and like, why the hell would anyone watch this show? And it's just like a bunch of dumb college kids getting drunk and like hooking up and fighting. And
I still hold those opinions of the show.
Well, no, I can see why, but I'll tell you, I watched one season of it, and it was actually really good. And one of the characters was a transgender, a male to female, and the person in the show was like one of the things about the show was that one of the main characters in it, or one of the characters in it, started off being like, this is just weird and blah blah blah, and like it slowly like he breaks down, like it not breaks down like emotionally, but like he breaks it down like, all right, let's seriously sit and talk about it, and he does, and he has like this like explanation. By the end of it, he's like, okay, whatever, I don't care anymore. But it was just kind of funny because like at one level he's also like a college kid, you know, he's just like whatever, and he's like ew and whatever. He has that kind of attitude, but at the same time, he discusses it in like a way that like he comes out of it thinking, okay, well, I guess that answers my questions, and on to the next topic. So it was an interesting show. It was honestly.
So I suspect this is some perfectly passable quasi-supermodel, which, I mean, basically their sort of experiences of the whole thing are incredibly alien to my own. Whose noise? Farhan?
That was me.
Some
Sorry.
kind of noise.
Sorry, that was my
Yeah.
human.
Okay. There's something called passability, and that is whose clip is what? Patrick, yeah. Who knows what? Anyway, the passability is basically how much like it. And welcome, Beckel. Welcome, Just for Grins. Welcome, Tom Jam, and welcome to Desert.
Is there a problem with the solar eclipse?
Okay, so the main thing is there's this passability is basically how passable you are. And passing is essentially actually looking like what you're supposed to be. You know, so basically people not being able to tell you're trans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or otherwise,
you just pass as a certain gender.
right.
Okay.
So there's a pretty huge divide on like how we get treated based on passability. But if you can kind of reduce the severity of the issue down to, you know, one that you would have to say deliberately disclose for it to be a factor, you are hurting a hell of a lot less than someone who, you know, is basically, you know, broadcasting it in every glance at them, right? So the passability matters a hell of a lot. Now, this means that the people who are passable have like almost no connection to the experience of people who aren't. They basically, you know, just skate by on their gender, and you know they got that usual hassles of, you know, trying to get the money together to get whatever done and so on and so forth. But yeah, they don't spend years homeless like I have, or well, half my adult life homeless, really, full decade.
Homeless?
So yeah, homeless.
Oh.
Excuse me, Nadia, is there a problem playing a solar eclipse animation thing?
If it's copyrighted,
I
don't do
doubt
it.
it. I got it off the internet, you know, through my newsfeed.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you if it's copyrighted or not. Do you know if it's copyrighted? If you do know, and it isn't copyrighted, then it's okay. Otherwise, don't play it.
Here, I'll take it off.
The answer is you actually don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
The answer is you don't know. Don't play it. Yeah. So
it comes in a
the experience of
stop it anyway.
Excuse me. The experience of the people who are passable is completely alien to anything like this. It's different from, you know, someone who's, say, homosexual or something to someone who's transgender. The passable is different from the unpassable, choice in trans people, as homosexuality is from transgenderism altogether. So there you go. The person you saw in the real world doesn't necessarily represent anything about me.
Yeah, this person was living a very different life. This person was, excuse me, actually dating a guy, and I think was engaged. I don't remember.
And did they actually look like a woman? Did they pass, basically?
A bit of both. You can go both ways.
Okay, well, can you name them?
The character? I don't remember. That's like 2 years ago I saw this. I can maybe find it if you want me to.
Yeah, there's been more than one.
Let me do it.
Ariel. It's Ariel, and there is,
Dude, I don't remember. I'll find it for you.
Caitlin Cusinelli. Was it in Brooklyn, New York?
It was in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay, that's Caitlin Cusinelli.
Do you know who this person is? You seem like you just knew it.
I googled MTV Real World Transgender.
Oh. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Easily found picture says she's passable. Or I am not.
What was the name?
Caitlin Cusinelli. Caitlin is spelled a bit oddly.
By the way, when this conversation
she has no idea what I've been. She has no idea what I've been through. She's not spent half her adult life almost, or actually, given how young she is, okay, she hasn't spent a full decade homeless because nobody will touch her for shit jobs because she's doesn't look normal or whatever, and of course, getting quote unquote real jobs. Once you have the lack of credentials or a gap in your work history, you're dead on getting any kind of real job. You're never going to get one the rest of your life.
You know that show? I've only seen it like twice. I think 2 seasons. I think I only watched that and like a beginning of another season. And every single one of them was like completely like these people were looking to fight, honestly. It was as if they were like just emotionally unstable people. That's what it seemed like to me.
That's what that show is, really.
So it wasn't just me that realized that.
I thought that's what MTV was all about.
Emotionally unstable. Yeah, it's just drama. They just want to like put a whole bunch of different people in a house, and some of it's probably even acting and scripted, and they just try to get the most traumatic shit to happen possible and then record it.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in that show.
Yeah.
I thought it was supposed to be about music, but anyway.
Music television. You would think.
It's kind of like the History Channel has nothing to do with history.
History Channel has to do with ancient aliens and other bullshit like that.
Yeah.
UFO files.
The funniest thing for me was that there was a show called, it's on the History Channel, it's called Modern Marvels. And then they had a Modern Marvels on historical stuff. So it was the History Channel with a show called Modern Marvels about historical technology. So I was like, what? Like, this is so confusing.
I saw that Modern Marvels. There was a show I really liked that was on H2. I found it on Netflix, and there's just something about like the 50 states, and some guy just travels the country and like does like quizzical, like little mini game show things with random people on the streets about facts about their state and see how much people know, and it was a pretty cool show. It actually fit the criteria you would think History Channel should have, unlike that ancient alien stuff. You know that guy with like the wild, crazy hair in Ancient Aliens?
That guy's a hoss.
Have you seen the meme where it's like, well, if aliens didn't do it, then how did they do it? Or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They're all like that.
That's so funny.
Yeah, that guy's in that job. Whenever he shows up on the screen, that's when it's time to take a sip of your beer.
I just start
What are you
laughing.
talking about? That's the time to watch the show. You know, we
Oh
don't know if it's
no, the
aliens, but
meme
it's
the
aliens.
meme says if ancient aliens don't exist, then how did they build everything? That was what the meme said. That guy's hilarious. He has like a spray-on tan and everything.
Yeah,
Literally?
he looks kind of Guido-y.
Yeah.
Wait, what is a Guido? I've heard this term before.
It's like your classic New Jersey Italian douchebag.
Yeah, the dudes with like the orange spray-on tans, and then
The
a
bros.
lot of them are like muscular and like their shirts are off 100% of the time. But this guy has a tie on usually because he's on the History Channel.
Doesn't help disguise his Guido-ness.
No, not at all.
He can try.
I don't know. Yeah, hot Italian guy with all built up with muscles and shirt off a lot of the time. I could do that.
You gotta say bro with like every other word.
And he has to go by some name like The Situation or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, yeah, the I don't know, people I have on TV, they, are either some kind of like perfectly passable, unbeatable, or unattainable standard or whatever for the rest of us to quote unquote live up to, or you're just like, total horseshit.
Well, that happens with not just that, but also like women that are put on TV are like insanely good looking. And one of the things that people and I've experienced this myself is that like you start to look for that in reality and it doesn't exist, and so it affects you, and you like might not find like frankly like normal women. You're looking for like this unrealistic thing, and just the best solution there is to just shut it off and not watch it and not just disconnect from it, honestly, like completely. Just like even when I'm like in the grocery store and I see like these magazines, I just turn it off. I'll avert my eyes because it's bad for you.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely
psychologically.
I guess.
I mean, I would even say like I'm Muslim, so I would kind of use the spiritual angle, but I would say it's even spiritually bad for you to watch those things. Like I'm not gonna say like I don't watch TV, I do, but I don't know, it's just not good for you. It's kind of like they say like pornography is bad for you. There's a very common thing nowadays. They say like it's physically bad for your brain to watch it.
Yeah, but it's also physically good for your brain to have a orgasm. So.
No, that's different. That's different.
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
know.
talking about
I'm
like
just saying, though.
yeah. No, that's different. But it's like people used to say like, oh, there's nothing wrong with that, whatever. But it's like we know it's bad for you. Yeah, I don't know. Just in general, just disconnect from these aspects of culture that they're just unattainable and unrealistic.
I'm not so convinced it's like demonstrably bad for you, but on the other hand, it bothers me. So, yeah, I haven't been, I don't know, watching television since like the early 80s, so.
Good. That's very good.
Yeah, I'm not really a party to this.
Palm, am I really? How am I every stereotypical Muslim? Because I really don't think I am. But maybe I am, I don't know.
Are you even Muslim?
Yeah, I am, but I'm saying like I didn't know I fit any stereotype. I thought I actually did not.
I didn't even notice. I had no idea.
Oh.
I don't know how you would notice someone's religion anyways like that.
No. Palm said that. Do a lot of people
in the chat.
In person or online? No, honestly, no, people don't in person or online. But I also live in a very nice area. If I tend to lean. I'm sorry, I don't mean to change the topic all of a sudden. Nadia, I'll just be quick. I tend to lean kind of libertarian, and if I go to locations that are like libertarian leaning, like it'll come up in conversation or something like that, right? And people are like, oh, okay, and they kind of smile at you and like, oh, welcome. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Like, this is my country too. I was born here. I get that kind of attitude. not really much beyond that. Yeah, can I ask, because you were talking about this topic, is it okay if I ask a different question? I don't mean to change the topic on you. I don't mean to be rude in that way. Hello?
Yeah, so, I don't know. Lots of Gary's attacking me in the comments, but no, it's let's respond to some YouTube comments here. Okay, so who knows what the being mean or being nice thing is? It's you're pretty vague and whatever. Next is no, I'm not the right transgender person under the bus. And who's echoing and
Yeah, it's a
please
weird
stop
echo.
it. Yeah, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. Rather, excuse me, you're echoing. Who's that? Benna? Okay. I mean, there is a genuine reality in terms of innate visibility, and the visibility of the issue makes it, vastly more severe, and changes the sort of entire character of the experience. When and to deny that, basically denies any sort of nature of the whole thing, and to deny that certain persons are exempt from that innate visibility affair. Well, need I present the various supermodels or other TV starring affairs. So when the smoke clears, not having any understanding of the internal dynamics of trans community, and there's a huge talk about the relationship between or huge sort of rift or conflict in some sort between those who actually pass and those who don't, like me. You end up just having a total lack of understanding about it. I mean, basically, the pass will get all snobby and so on, and shit on us, turn their backs on us, say, we got ours, fuck you on yours, as their kind of attitude. And their counterclaim against us is, of course, that we're so envious, and that I don't know. I don't know that they really have any other claim other than just for too bitterly envious or something like that. So, in other words, your attempt at a critique is so misguided, it's preposterous, and kind of butt out when it comes to this one. You don't know what you're talking about. No, I've never been a solipsist. And I will need to swing by the bodega at some point. Okay, everybody's powered up. And now that I've responded to the bullshit I was getting in the comments, go and care to go back to normal conversation?
I had a question for Veckel, but I also don't want to change the topic. Without permission, of course.
Yeah, go ahead and ask Veckel.
Veckel, are you present? I guess.
Can you hear me?
There, now I can.
Yeah. What's the question?
Okay, so it's more like an observation. I want to get your thoughts on this. So when I think about Christianity, which I really do from time to time think about it. Um, one of the thoughts that comes to mind is that if you looked at, for example, the message of Jesus, alayhi salam, he was living in a time where his people were occupied by a military occupation
Mm.
and foreigners who invaded their country and who were trying to put down this rebellion, and they were put down the rebellion against the Romans. So, and the Judeans were fighting, the Judean militias were fighting back, to use modern terms, and so on. But they were getting crushed, and really there was no military way to defeat them. And so, and tell me if I'm wrong on so far, that what the message of Jesus was to say that you are indeed suffering and you are being wronged, and to endure that suffering with I'm not saying the core message, but I'm saying one of the messages, endure that suffering with grace, and that your kingdom is not in this world, but it's in the next. If you have faith in God and you trust in God, that and you obviously there's the whole sacrifice thing. I'm kind of skipping over that part for now, but that if you do these things, then you will be if you have trust in God in this sense, recognize your kingdom is in the next world. And there's the whole aspect of like uplifting the weak and the broken and the poor and the downtrodden. That's obviously like a big part of the message of Jesus. My comment is that when I look at modern Christians, and I'm not talking all, so I'm not making a blank statement, just so that part is clear. When I look at the TV Christians, what I see from them is almost the exact opposite, where quite literally they have become the oppressors, and and I don't know how you feel about this, or really how Christians in general feel about this, where like quite literally they are occupying other peoples and they support like almost exactly what the Romans do. And then like the Judean terrorists are now other people, of course, or not rebels, but like religion aside, it seems to me like they are kind of doing the exact opposite of the message of Jesus, and I wanted to know how this is felt by like educated Christians, and how do they take this, and how do they interpret it, and so on and so forth. Just your thoughts on it. That's just something I've been throwing around in my head.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes ultimately back to the argument that a lot of people bring up called the no true Scotsman fallacy. Again, you have a lot of people out there that I believe are true believers of Christ, but they're just doing things the wrong way. But then you also have those that are false converts that have self-deceived themselves into thinking that they're actually of Christ, and they're doing these things. But what I often point out is that yeah, you're right. There's nothing in the commandments, especially under the New Testament, where we're commanded to do these things that you're mentioning.
What things, I'm sorry?
Yeah. I mean, such as what? Give me an example of what you're referring to, because when you say what you're saying, the first thing that comes to my mind is Christians protesting. Same-sex marriage and boycotting or not boycotting, but just being very outspoken about homosexuality and abortion and stuff like that.
No, it wasn't even that.
What are you thinking of, though?
I was thinking about more like there is a Christian right that, for example, supports the Iraq War, or supports Israel, or supports is it anti-Black Lives Matter? Which, I mean, if someone has a principled stance against Black Lives Matter, saying like, I don't think these situations are right, that's one thing. But like, kind of like denying the experiences of people who go through those, I don't know, like I'm talking about those types of things, more like, maybe one or two, someone might disagree with, but like, just generally supporting like the oppressor in general circumstances against the oppressed. I'm just naming situations that kind of resonate with me, but just in general, naming supporting oppressors.
Supporting the oppressor?
In general, that is what my observation.
Is that going to tie into Israel?
Yeah, I was relating it to that, but that's
the
just
Israel-Palestine conflict.
That's one example. But I was speaking kind of generally that they again, and please don't take this as me smearing all Christians, because I'm not.
Right.
But like a certain strand of Christians I noticed do tend to do that. That there is a supporting the oppressors in like conflicts.
I honestly can't really speak too much on that in an educated fashion, because I don't I don't really talk too much about the conflict over there in Israel and stuff. So, I hear a lot of Christians in certain denominations, speak strongly about supporting Israel.
They do.
But I've never really gone into any, deep conversations with anyone who takes that position, because I don't know what it is that they're actually saying when they make this claim or make comments like that. So honestly, I don't know. I have my own opinions on the Palestinian and Israel whatever issue that seem to be different from a lot of Christians, and some of them are some of them don't like me for it, but I don't know. It's not something that I've ever actually really considered, to be honest with you. That issue over there.
I wasn't specifically talking about Israel-Palestine. I was just talking about in general.
Just in general.
Yeah, like and again, like for example, supporting colonizers is one example, or like I gave the example of like the whole Black Lives Matter movement in the last. I mean these are all like there's a collection of them, but like for example, one of my observation is that in the 1960s you had a lot of these countries around the world that were rebelling and against their colonial masters, and they were fighting often militarily against colonizers. Now, they unfortunately supported communism, but they didn't do it out of a sense of justice. They did it like, communism is a good thing or whatever, because it's not. They did it out of a sense of liberation, and the Soviet Union happened to be the one that was supporting them. And if you take that approach, like for example, like Vietnam, for example, where they were fighting for their own freedom, and we were actually like oppressing them in that sense. We were holding them back and like like a lot of people would support like the Vietnam War, those types of things. I mean, I don't have too many examples off the top of my head, but those types of things.
So you're saying that that there are a lot of Christians that support the these oppressive entities here.
Yeah, that's what it seems
not
like.
Just one in general. Okay.
It seems like when I read the message of when I read like the Gospels, and I'm not like versed in it, but when I read portions of it here and there, I see like this very genuine message of like, look, you are an oppressed people, and you need to be uplifted, and that's actually quite resonates with me a lot. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm oppressed, but like not anywhere near like the Jews of that century, but like like certain aspects of it resonate with me. Like I can if I feel sad or whatever, and
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, continue.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, you have different mindsets within Christendom. People, as you may already know, there's several denominations, and even within those denominations, there's different mindsets on things like these various topics that we can think of. But again, I always try to bring it back to the scriptures, what Christ says, and that is what we should follow. That is the model. But anything outside of that is, I think, is something that is separate from what we see in Scripture. So what you're seeing, to me, is a result of people either misinterpreting Scripture or they're just simply not following it. We are, as Christians, supposed to be a peculiar people. So if our next door neighbor is worshiping Satan, we don't go over there next door, and start persecuting them and stuff like that for worshiping Satan. We just leave them alone and just say, hey, listen, we preach the gospel to you, let you know that Christ is risen, that he died on the cross, he rose from the grave, and that he's the only way to the Father. And if they reject it, then we move on. And that's the way we're supposed to be in this world. Just like when Israel was exiled into, and taken over, conquered by Babylon, during the time of Jeremiah. Jeremiah wrote a letter to the people and told them, look, just go on ahead and continue your life as normal, and do not participate in any of the Babylonian pagan rituals or religions. But now that we're held captive for the next 70 years, just go on ahead and continue worshiping God as normal. And that's what Christians are called to do here in wherever they are. You know, we're not called to be oppressors or oppressing other people. However, if someone comes into our camp, let's say into our church, and they're trying to teach something contrary to Scripture, then we have every right to do quote unquote some sort of oppression, because or either that or just simply excommunicate them because they're teaching something. They're coming into our community and trying to teach something that's contrary. But the vice versa, no, we're not called to do the vice versa.
Yeah, no, that doesn't. If someone's in your church and acting a fool, that doesn't count. Like,
what did you mean by the colonizers?
Like for example, Africa was colonized by the French.
Right, by the
Yeah, like something like that, for example, right? Like, and some, like even the British, I can probably speak a little bit more intelligently about them. Were not very good to the subcontinental Indians, and like they were bad people, But like there's kind of like a maybe I'm railing against conservatism, I guess, but there was like a movement to keep them under the control of the British, and people like Gandhi were called like terrorists and communists and every ist under the sun, and same with like in South Africa, the Boer War and things like that. But like in general, there's like maybe I'm just railing against conservatives, I think, but
I could speak more for a conservative point of view than a Christian or religious point of view. But
by all means,
when I hear the colonization thing, like I don't have the textbook knowledge you seem to have about all the actual examples. Just in my mind, colonization led to where we are not now. It took like more primitive forms of whatever and established like forms of government and establish what you see now in time, modern civilization. So I don't view the colonizers as bad, but like you said, I guess there's wars and stuff I have no idea about. So it's kind of an ignorant opinion, but
that's an argument to make that people say that that these guys were like a bunch of like one sec, someone sent me a message. That these guys were like a bunch of like the analogy kind of like the stereotype is like naked black savages running around, right? And let's suppose like that actually is like there was like a lot of disease and backwardness and whatever, perhaps, right? Let's suppose that the worst of that is true, but I think what we're talking about is like were they going around like killing people and like oppressing people and like saying like you're not allowed to go here and like raping women and stuff like that, like stealing people's wealth and making them the low class of society in their own native country. That's what it's talking about.
But what came out of what happened with these colonizations? What did it turn into?
Actually, a lot of them are still very unstable.
Oh, okay.
But no, like the argument you're making is like wasn't there a greater good, right? And
yeah, that's my point.
Right, and that I think is is debatable. But the point is like for those people in that situation who were experiencing like the oppression, and it's very real oppression. Like if you talked about like with India, like they killed millions of people. The British, they don't think like Gandhi just like woke up one day and was like, let me just fight against this. Like they were literally killing like thousands, starving. They created a man-made famine in Bengal. I'm talking about stuff like that that's just wrong. And we can say like, well, in the future, like in 100 years, you guys are going to be very well and well because of this. But at this moment, this mother just lost her child. Yeah, I'm rambling, but
yeah, I still I have a hard time painting a clear bad guy narrative when it still did lead to, if it did lead to a true greater good or led to some kind of modern government structure. Like it was almost like, I mean, obviously not the atrocities you're talking about and like the crimes and stuff, but just the fact that they went to like tribal Africa and like maybe there was some stuff that was questionable, but if they did establish something or create something from it, then I have a hard time establishing them as the bad guys.
Here we go. The Bengal famine. I don't know much about West Africa, to be honest, but which is where the French mostly. But if you look at this, the Bengal famine of 1943, and they killed approximately, they say, 1.5 to 4 million people died, which is pretty extreme. The famines generally don't happen. Without some type of. I mean, there's things that cause famine, like all of a sudden something strikes, but like there's usually like supplemental food sources that are there.
Well, what were the reasons for the man-created famine you're suggesting?
Let me before I speak without turn. Let me read this really quickly. Wait, actually, this might take me a little while to read. Let me give an example that I have off the top of my head. For example, the Native Americans. I mean, this was a colonized country, so like the Native Americans, one can argue that like, well, look at the intellect, like the technological advancement that America did for this country, but at the same time, like, we committed genocide, and the few Native Americans that exist nowadays are like, a lot of them do drugs, and like they have a lot of social problems in their communities. Like, and they were fine. I mean, they weren't like they weren't unhappy before this. They were happy people.
But the advances are so great.
But is it the question is like, are those advances worth it? Like, is if you lived like in a technological, like, let's take the extremes. You lived in a technological wonderland, but your people were extremely unhappy and just hated life. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
yeah, but I mean, look at any form, like anytime a new country emerges or anytime something like this happens, there's always violence and war and killing. I mean, the British fought America, and America's fought itself, and war isn't something that you can just take out of the picture and out of the equation. Like, there's war and killing.
It's more than, I'm not talking about simple war. It's like sustained extreme oppression against like children,
Well, the Native Americans, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty clear example. Like,
yeah, that's something I can go with because I know a little bit about that compared to, say, the French in India or whatever.
I have to read this because I haven't read this Bengal famine in a while.
But
like, was that worth it though? Like, were those people like desperate for modern, like the technological advancements of Western Europe? Were they desperate for it, or were they just living their lives and they were happy people?
Well, if that wouldn't have happened, where would we be now? Like, without the colonization of America and what did happen, could we be where we are now without that?
But that almost doesn't. That's almost irrelevant because, well, first off, we don't know like the method that technology and so on might have come to them. But the real question is like, is that something that they really wanted as a people? Because I don't think that we can measure. The only measurement is like, well, is the society technological? Do I have a computer? The real measurement is, are the people.
Oh, I'm not thinking so much computer. I'm thinking of like medical advancements, vaccines, and like.
I was being simplistic, yeah.
Stuff like that, like.
But is that worth it though? And I think that the judge is not really us; it's those people. Would they have sacrificed, like, frankly, like their ancestors, and for that sake? I mean, we can make the claim that like, well, the slaves who came to America, their ancestors, their descendants probably live a much better life than people do in West Africa. I'm sure they do. But like, was it worth, like, was it 80 or 90 million people that were killed in the slave trade? Was it really worth that? Was it 90 million? I just made that number up. I think I heard it somewhere else.
Wait, is the slave trade still dealing with Native Americans, or are you talking about the African slave trade?
African transatlantic.
Oh, that's a little different.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was kind of jumping topics, but what I was saying was, I really don't think that the technological claim is really worth it. I think it's, or really, that's like an after the fact thing.
Well, don't just think technical computer, like also, medical and just the quality of life, how much better it is compared to in that era, in that time, all the disease and all that kind of stuff that we've been able to solve with technological advances. But
I still say that's irrelevant, though.
What? Yeah, me too. I still think that's irrelevant. It's
like that could have I mean, for all we know, like, these medical advances could have just come up in like Europe without having the slavery and stuff going on in America.
Actually, yeah, and actually, population centers usually mean like higher technology. Like if you allow people to live their own lives the way they do, and they come in contact with a foreign civilization, a lot of times like they will adopt the technology unless there's like cultural hegemony. They'll adopt the technology of those people over time anyways. So that probably would have happened. And also like we can't also discount the fact that like West Africa had its own technology that would have also spread to like Western Europe. So like it would have gone both ways as opposed to like the
But
destination.
look at West Africa compared to Europe or America or North America. Look at the huge gap in society and government and structure, and it's like third world versus first world, right?
It is now. But would that have
Yeah,
been
but whose fault is that? Really?
Yeah, you're kind of blaming that on the colonizers.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
I wouldn't blame it on the colonizer. I blame it on the slave traders.
No, I would say both, because when you destroy, remember these countries only got independence like in 1962, I think, or something like that. When you're talking about that takes time for a country to develop when they just got freedom, and like so that's why they're in the state they are right now. Yeah.
I don't know. It seems it's really hard to say that like we could still get here without the past being the way it was, because it's almost an impossible thing to answer. You really can't answer it. And the only thing I would say is look at where we are now compared to where other things are now, and look how much ahead we are, the first world versus the third world. And I wouldn't blame that on the first world, and I wouldn't blame that on the colonizers either. I would just think it's the different structures we set up. And
I think it's pretty clearly that. Like we, in a lot of these countries, we might devalue their currency, or we might make them a country that's pretty much subsistent on a single currency, or a single like export, or we might forcefully remove power structures that existed to put in friendly power structures to us, or we might destabilize their government because we don't like it, which has a financial impact, which that has a technological impact. And there's a lot of things that happen.
I mean, we also like judge how poor they are based on like our monetary system, which they just basically have to accept because they're told how much their stuff is worth.
The Bretton Woods Accord, or whatever it was called.
But it's really easy to be unhappy with your current predicament and blame it on somebody else rather than look at all the real reasons it is where it is. Like it's way easier to blame the West for the trouble in the Middle East than to blame the Middle East itself.
No, you can't say like you can't dwell on the past. Obviously, like you can't sit there like and dwell and say like just damn the British, right? You can't do that forever. But like you can recognize that there have been extremely detrimental factors of the British being involved, and like the French and the British, like Sykes-Picot and all these things, like carving up the modern Middle East. You can definitely do that.
Yeah, it's just like acknowledging mistakes we've made in the past. It's not.
So yeah, the best thing you could do is go into the future with that in mind and try not to do it again.
Of course. I'm not saying like you sit and you dwell and you just hate the West and you start blaming them, blah blah blah. That's obviously like living in the past. But what I was saying was like what I'm saying is recognizing that there were some negative factors in the past, and for example, the British colonized the middle, like the Palestine, and to this day we have a conflict between Palestine and Israel. The British colonized, like.
I knew it had to do with Palestine and Israel.
Well, okay, I'll change topic then. Well, they colonized India, and to this day we have a conflict between India and Pakistan that did not exist before then, and Nepal. And then the Tamil Tigers in the south, and all these different groups that are there.
Well, what did the colonization do to affect the trouble between those other two countries?
Because, well, at the time they were just one country, but usually like stable population centers develop like a mutual understanding when it comes to each other, like different ethnic groups. So like there were Christians who lived in peace in Iraq for like a very long time. There's actually versions of Christianity that don't exist in Europe because the Europeans killed them all, but like the people in the Middle East didn't really care. They just kind of like, they might have had like kind of like prejudice, like, oh, those people in that village are weird, but they just kind of live and let live at the end of the day. And when you introduce, like, when you change power structures radically, or you give one, like a minority, usually ethnic group, increased power, it creates resentment, and that leads in the long run to like violence.
Well, how did those Christians get there? Who did they kill in order to maintain a power in that area? How did they rise? They didn't kill anybody? There wasn't any kind of crusade there or anything?
No, the Christians were there for a really long time. They actually sought refuge there. They're like basically native to the like the Coptics. They're basically native to the area, and they were protected. They were protected peoples, but like and that's why they don't. That form of Christianity almost doesn't exist like outside of that area. But I guess what I'm saying is that that things would have progressed along that course, but because of outside interference, namely something called the Iraq War, it destabilized that, and it led to this like. That's usually what happens when you like shake and the same thing happened in India. Like nobody really, people had like their prejudices and there's probably conflicts here and there, but for the most part people got along. And when you introduce a foreign power and then it suddenly leaves and it creates this power vacuum, it creates these kinds of conflicts. And this has happened time and time again around the world. It's a very common thing, very common.
So, but you're blaming the outside for disrupting what would have otherwise been peaceful.
What not what
in that
what
region?
historically was what I mean we have it's not even like it wasn't and like we just kind of theorized. It actually was peaceful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, like what was with ISIS? Where did that come from? Was that like
Prime example.
Did we stir that up? Is that a causation from Western actions?
But yeah, pretty much. So like for example, Sunnis and Shias they had maybe some Iraq and peaceful do not go once and ever. That's funny. Yeah, I mean like in our experience that's true, Palm. But like for the most part, before even like with Saddam Hussein, which was a very oppressive person to the Shia, they like Sunnis and Shias for the most part got along. And the Kurds were probably the exception.
I didn't hear that.
No, they intermarried. There was actually Saddam Hussein had a Christian vice president, I think.
My understanding of Sunni and Shia is there was a huge division on who should take over after the Prophet.
Correct.
And one was family and one was political, and that there was like a lot of violence and killing and hatred because of these two ideas of who's going to take over after.
Correct. And there's that's the Shia narrative, but yeah, basically. And then it got to a point where there's like stability for the most part in a lot of ways. And yeah, there's like oppression that does take place, and there's like wrong things that happen, but it isn't like you walk out on the street and you get killed for being of the wrong sect. And there was even people who intermarried and didn't really know like what are you Shia or Sunni. And then when there was like this invasion, it polarized the population, and because like one group, namely the Shiites, were oppressed, and they suddenly got the power in the government because the Sunnis were pro Saddam Hussein. Suddenly, like it created this like extreme like backlash, and then these two groups started killing each other. But that would not have happened though. If it's like a slow, gradual transition, it doesn't lead to like this kind of stuff, and this is replicated all around the world. This kind of pattern.
So what do you do about it from here, though?
From here, okay. I was kind of starting this conversation by talking about the past, and by saying that it seems to me that like a lot of conservatives seem to support the oppressors.
Yeah, I think that's opinion, but yeah, go ahead.
No, but that's really what I was trying to focus on. I was trying not to really get on the topic of where do we go from here.
Okay. I mean, I would align with the conservative political spectrum that
I can respect that
area. But I think.
But you know why that is, right, Farhan?
Do I know what is?
You know why what you said is by definition you know why that is, right?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Because conservatives, by definition, they want to conserve their power. Okay? So, of course, they would support anything that they perceive as increasing their control or their power over other nations or groups of people. Makes sense.
Have you been listening to the conversation? I'm sorry, I think you just rejoined. Or have you been listening to the conversation?
Yes, and I'm agreeing. I'm with this William guy.
Is it William? Yeah. Well, yeah. Like I'll give you an example. And this is what I was getting at was that if you looked at the Romans, they were. I'm not going to talk Israel Palestine by the way right now, but I'm talking about the area. The Romans had military troops and they occupied Judea, and they were building settlements, Roman-only settlements, and they were doing these terrible things in there, and they were oppressing the native peoples there, and they were calling the Judean rebels like crazies, and they're putting down the rebellion and so on and so forth. So Jesus basically was this is what I was getting at incorporated. Jesus was there to give these people hope, and to uplift their spirits. And so if you look at it that way, the message of Jesus is basically like supporting and uplifting these broken people. Whereas what I see from people who claim the message of Jesus, and again, I'm not at all like smearing all Christians. I'm saying some, particularly within the conservative camp, seem to champion outwardly the message of Jesus, but in reality they do the exact opposite. Whereas if they were to come nowadays, they would be on the Roman side, and they would cheer the Romans on, and they would say, no, we need to put down these Judean terrorists, and they're just a bunch of like savages, and so on and so forth. Like that's almost like the exact opposite of what I see from Jesus. They do in modern times.
For that to be true, you have to buy into who you're calling the oppressors and the oppressed.
It's like the Romans, yeah.
Once you do that, that's true. But maybe you're right in these historical examples, but with like modern days, and even some of the historical ones, like the Native Americans, like I wouldn't agree with who you're saying is oppressed versus the oppressor.
You don't think we oppressed the Native Americans?
We oppressed the Native Americans for sure, but I still see the colonization. I don't see it like America's evil. We ruined like a whole group of people's lives for generations and generations and hate America. Like I still see it as a greater good, so I don't really see it. I mean, there's always war, and there's always violence, and there's always killings.
Yeah, I mean there are, but I'm saying like we can still talk about them. Like we can't just say like, well, there's always been killings, and therefore like it's just a moot point. I don't know about America. I wasn't really talking about America. I was more talking about although it is.
But Farhan, wouldn't you agree with me that conservatives, or people who say that they're conservatives, by definition, they would support imperialism and taking over other people's land and resources and property because they see it as expanding and conserving their own power.
Yes, yeah. No, I what you said the first time I agree with, actually. Like that's true. They're just expanding their own power. That's what they want. Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're a Christian, right, Incorporated? I think you are, right?
I'm not religious at all, sir.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. I thought you were.
Nope.
William. So are you saying that like the Native Americans, like we don't feel that we were not cool to them?
Oh yeah, obviously there's cruelty, but there's cruelty in humanity. It's just an essential. It's always been there. It's always going to be there.
Yeah, but like
I mean, that does not make it wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not a mistake that we shouldn't repeat.
It's kind of like the equivalent of like if I went to someone's house and just shot him, and then I said like, well, people shoot people. It's just confusing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but it's so hard to judge it from a modern standpoint. Like that was the time, the era, everything was way different. Like resources were different. Obviously, it was cruel, but it's just I don't think you can accurately judge it from a modern standpoint. The best you can do is, like you said, is recognize it as wrong and don't repeat it. Don't do it again. Find a better way.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at. Was that it's we look back at the past at these things and look back with 20/20 vision, and we say like that was clearly a wrong thing. And I'm saying is what I'm saying is that we can use the lessons of the past to look at the future or look at the present really, and to say like we can't be oppressing people in, for example, like Western China. Well, I mean, I'm getting particular. What's an example? Someone give me an example. I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head. Like Iran, for example. Like, we can't be meddling in their internal affairs and like threatening them every couple of seconds and threatening to bomb them and so on and so forth. Although I guess we've toned that down, but like we look back at the past and we base it on the future. Or we look back at I said that wrong. You know what I mean.
We look at the past and what? Blame it on the future?
No, sorry. I'm saying that I stuttered. We take the lessons of the past.
Right. And we apply it to the future?
Apply it to the future, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I stuttered my way through that. My original thing was actually more like I was talking more about Christianity. And just there's just the notion that we seem to always be on the side, like it seems like that conservatives who a lot of times champion Christianity seem to always be on the sides of the oppressors, and they don't realize it. They're blind to the fact that they're doing that, and it's like they don't realize like they're actually supporting like who will be judged in like 100 years as like the objective bad guys.
Yeah, but is there really any kind of objective bad guy? That's my only point, and the only perspective I can give you is not of a Christian, but more of a conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my only thing, is you have to really establish the narrative of right and wrong and who's bad, and once you do that, you can continue with it, but to convince someone who thinks otherwise is a really difficult thing to do, to get them to agree with you.
Good guy and bad guy are ultimately subjective.
Mm-hmm.
But like, because I mean, you can break it down to philosophy. There's no such thing as right and wrong.
Yeah.
We can go to that. But like, what I'm saying is like, in the so I'm not getting philosophical here. I'm just talking about the common understanding of like justice, which I think is reasonably shared by most people. And I mean, if we break it down, the golden rule: do unto others as you would do unto yourselves. We do unto others, and by we I mean like. Just take that as you will. We do unto others as we would not want to be done unto ourselves.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of, or let me take that back. I feel like there's the conservative movement does unto others as they would not want to be done unto themselves.
I would agree with that 100%.
I'm not even talking about gay marriage or like abortion.
No, I know, but
yeah.
Well, then what's a modern? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
A modern day example of where conservatives are doing this.
And by the way, this is in no way like saying that these liberals are like off the hook. Like, it's not at all. Like, they are just as warmongering, freaking weak-spined, complacent, whatever. They do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, but is there an example you can think of?
Well, let's talk about the current one, the Iran war. Where there are talks about bombing Iran, and a lot of these conservatives are like, oh, they're going to build a nuclear weapon, and it could happen any day now. We need to bomb them. We need to let Israel bomb them, and like allowing. I mean, I keep on talking about Israel-Palestine because it just resonates with me so much.
I feel like deeply that's the root of all this. Honestly, like.
What I've been talking about?
Yeah, like that's.
No, it's not. It's not. I was just talking in general. Like, okay, I can also talk about, for example, about the Black Lives Matter protest. Whereas like a lot of conservatives just don't understand. Like, I mean, I'm not even black, and so like I couldn't even truly understand it. But like just the frustration that these people feel, where like, hey, I'm getting profiled, I'm getting messed with, I'm getting harassed, I'm getting beat up, and now there's a movement, and you're telling me that like, oh, the cops was right in this case, and like maybe even in this particular case the cop was right, but this is a sustained, ongoing problem, and they don't understand that, and they're blind to that issue.
Well, okay, like Ferguson.
Sure.
All right. Well, I would have to side. I'd side on the cop with Ferguson, which is probably a conservative.
Fair.
To do.
And I might even respect you for that. But what I'm saying is that like, but the movement itself is a legitimate movement, because movements like this don't come out of nowhere.
But see, my point of view. I guess now we're changing topic, unless you wouldn't want to. But like,
I see it as the same
Ferguson.
Topic. It's the same topic to me. It's just an overall. We're just talking about specifics, but it's the same topic.
All right. Well, my point of view on Ferguson is just. They're using something to allow their hatred to go. They're using something as an excuse to be violent, really, is what I see in Ferguson. These people who are rioting and doing this, there's a difference between riots and protests. And
right.
These people who are rioting are using this excuse to make their rioting look acceptable. And
William, I just want to chime in, and this is just completely from an objective standpoint, but you sound like someone who is looking at this particular issue from a very partisan viewpoint, and I just kind of think that you look at the people on the other side, the writers and people who are writing in Ferguson and all that, you look at them as the others, and you look at them as a group who is antagonizing your particular partisan group, being a conservative. And I think that it would benefit you if you kind of, I don't know if you can try to or not, but just kind of kind of disconnect yourself from your own ideology for a point, for a few seconds, and just kind of survey the whole situation from a bird's eye view, and look at one side objectively, look at the other side objectively, look how both sides interact with one another, how they affect one another. And I think that if you do that, you'll be able to come away with a little bit better of a picture rather than just sitting here and saying, oh, well, they just wanted to riot because they wanted to exert their hatred. Because someone on the writer's side, they would probably say the same thing about the cop. Well, he killed Mike Brown because he wanted to exert his hatred or whatever hatred he had. Step away from the partisan viewpoint and look at this thing from a bird's eye view. That's all I'm trying to say. I think.
Right, but let's even say, I don't want to say like, okay, one with the shooting that one party was right and the other one's wrong. Let's say either narrative you want to choose. Regardless, someone got killed.
Right.
Why would you use this person's death as a reason to go break into local stores that are owned by residents who are going to lose money? They're going to lose their own business and their means of income.
So I've been following this whole thing pretty closely. That only happened like the first couple of days or the first couple of weeks, maybe like a week or two, basically. And then they had people come in who were like, we can't do this. You can't do this against your own community, and that was like an extreme minority amongst really the overarching. The vast majority of protesters are peaceful. It's the police who are not peaceful, and the vast majority are really are against this and will go clean up stuff. The point I was making with this particular topic was that if this guy Mike Brown was no angel, clearly. I mean, he's robbing a store right before this. He was
Right.
not, but if it was just that this one kid got shot and that's it, honestly, it wouldn't be more than an isolated case of police brutality. But the thing is, the reason why it really stirred up people is because it's an ongoing, sustained, such a common thing. It just happens so frequently. And I'm not black, so I'm not viscerally connected with the situation. I don't hear about people getting killed and whatever.
I mean, you can just look at the arrest rates.
Yeah,
see that there's profiling.
Just exactly that, and now we know it was actually almost institutional in that particular city. But they forget even the numbers. These people experience it. They don't need a study to tell them that the cops are abusing their power and just doing these terrible things to them. And so when this happened, it erupted because it was the water was already boiling. Someone just raised the temperature a little bit higher and then it exploded.
Right. Well, I think some police who become police are just kind of bullies at their core in a way, and that's their power trip, some of them. And that shouldn't be their job. They shouldn't be allowed to have that authority. But with the Mike Brown case, let's take race out of the issue completely. If race hadn't been a factor, if he wasn't black and he was still, let's say he's white and he's this big, what was he? He's 6-something, over 200 pounds. He's a big guy.
He was.
They were calling him a kid and stuff, and I don't know if that really applies, but he did a strong arm robbery minutes before the shooting, so let's just say he was white. If he was white and all these factors still played out how they did, it wouldn't have been an issue to the point it is. We're using the race to make it an issue, and if he was white, it would have just been a case of a guy robbed a store, he was aggressive towards a cop, and the cop made a split-second decision. Might have been the wrong decision, but the fact that he is black is what's contributing to all the violence and the rioting, because you're playing the blame game.
I would actually agree that the fact that he's black is a factor, but I don't think that it's a factor just because he's black, as if it's worse of a crime.
Yeah, I don't think that takes away from
I think
the injustice or whatever.
Because I said, it could, clearly this guy was no angel, but it could, it's not even just that he was a black guy. It's that that this has been going on and on and on and on and on. And this
it fit the narrative of the countrywide phenomenon of racial profiling. and it was another case. It was another drop in the bucket.
But
to the
even if
same
it
issue.
was a white guy who then died, isn't it still a problem for someone to get shot by a police officer and with an unjustified reason?
Of course, but
Like,
do you think if he was white in that case that the rioting and it would have
not
got out of
it would
hand?
not have received the attention it has, but that doesn't diminish its
No, but it would not have. It definitely would not have gotten the attention. But think about why though. Because if it was, it's like an isolated case versus a sustained activity. It's like if I like, God forbid, if I go and shoot somebody, right? That doesn't nobody thinks anything of it, because I'm just some guy. But if I shoot someone and I say Allahu Akbar while I do it, then people are going to be like, oh, so like another case of a Muslim doing something, and it's because, and I mean I think that there is like out of control hysteria about Muslim stuff like that, but like it's because like I'm a Muslim that is going to make people connect the dots, and they're going to say, well, if we have a problem with Muslims in this country, like it's not just one isolated case, it's a series of cases, and the same thing, it's not just one isolated case of this poor black kid walking down the street. I mean, it wasn't a poor black kid, he was obviously acting a fool, but it's a series of cases where these guys are getting.
But don't you think that the people who are drawing the dots are the ones doing the wrong thing? That they should treat it as an isolated?
No, I don't think so. Because they're saying like this is out of control. Like you are targeting.
Yeah, they're just saying enough is enough, basically.
Yeah, like, stop violating my constitutional rights, basically.
But why does Michael Brown?
Sorry, can I throw this out there real quick, and then I'm gonna go take a shower.
Go ahead.
Did you know that there's more white men killed in America each year by police than black men?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but what's the population though? Like, what black people are like 13% of this country, and white people are like a much larger percentage.
Yeah, but overall, there's still more white men killed by police than black men.
No, we can't go by numbers though. We got to go by.
We can't really say that. Oh, they're only targeting blacks. They kill just as many. And then and that's not even factoring in Hispanics, but a lot of them get shot down every year too by cops. The fact of the matter is, we live in a country and a culture that, and I know you guys want to say, oh, you have to scale it and all this and that, but I mean it's still out there. People are dying in America overall, period, from law enforcement, and it's because these cops are out of control.
Right.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah, I would agree too.
But I think the claim is that it's the focus is on black people.
These people are out of control too.
Yeah. No, I agree. In every case, in almost except for like a couple of cases, and like in the recent couple of years, like honestly, like the person who was killed has been doing something that's wrong. Most cases, I think maybe like the Eric Garner is the exception, and something Rice, Tamara Rice, I think I want to say. Like in these cases, like clearly, like the guy's like does not deserve what happened anyway. But with the exception of that, like they're doing bad things. Like they're doing something they shouldn't be doing to begin with. But the cop's reaction is like, like if I pushed you and I shouldn't have done that. It's one thing for you to push me back. It's another thing for you to pull out your .45 and blow my head away.
But why draw the race division in the first place? Why not say this is a case of police brutality through and through? But say, why make it a racial issue? Why not just say police need to be psychologically evaluated better and more thoroughly evaluated in everything they do?
Because the cops are making it a race issue.
I think the media is making it a race issue.
No, like the cops are. Like statistically, like in Ferguson, like they actually had like official like we know this now. Like there were reports that said it was almost like race based, and not almost, it was, and they were doing this on purpose to. Like it was pretty consciously done.
Well, my point with bringing Ferguson up with the other topic was just to show you need to buy into one narrative or the other to really say who you think is good or bad.
True. And
to go along with, your narrative after that. Because if you're not convinced one way or the other, you can't buy into the rest.
Especially in the past, we've already we decide on who was right or wrong at the time, at least generally.
Mm-hmm.
We've been wrong.
Well, one thing I'll throw out there is that whenever you have these police brutality cases, against minorities or whatever, they all say the same thing. Okay, the cop always says the same thing. When they shot Mike Brown, what did Darren Wilson say at the court deposition of when they asked him why he shot Mike Brown? He said he said because I was scared.
That's a line they're taught.
Then he said that he even went so far as to say that Mike Brown looked demonic. Okay, when he came at him. Okay, when they beat up Rodney King, and they asked them, why'd you beat up Rodney King? They asked those 6 cops out here in LA, and they said, oh, well, we feared for our lives. We were scared. He was high. This, that. Look, we need people need to get educated, okay? They need to be, I think that the more people are exposed to other cultures and other groups of people, the more you'll get rid of that whole paradigm of, oh, well, I used force because I was scared. Okay.
But wasn't Rodney King resisting arrest multiple times while they were trying to arrest him, and wasn't he caught with
I'm pretty sure he was
driving DUI in the first place while they pulled him over?
I'm pretty sure he was doing all those things, but at the end of the day, they didn't have to do all that. They could have got him down. They could have restrained him. I understand restraining a suspect as a cop, being a cop and having to restrain a suspect and all that. Okay, they could have done that, but come on, the beating, come on, they could have avoided that.
From what I've read,
a little bit more skill.
He got tased multiple times. He was they tried to wrestle him down multiple times, and he kept getting up and running away, and I think they found PCP in him. They found a whole lot of stuff in him.
We have a video of.
The fact of the matter is, people need more understanding. I think the more you have understanding, and the more you have reconciliation between groups, the less you'll have of this fear of that people, feel that they have to use deadly force against people. And I think that the more you can eliminate that, the better the world will be.
Well, I can't disagree with that.
I think the argument is that you can't just immediately jump to using deadly force all the time. That's one of the arguments that stop oh, I feared my life, I need to shoot him. You have to stop this hysteria of suddenly there was this existential threat. I need to pull out my .45 and blow him away. They're actually taught. The cops are taught if you are ever in a situation where you shot somebody and you're being interviewed, use the statement, I feared for my life, or something equivalent thereof. He was unpredictable, he was a threat, I feared for my life. And that is legal speak. Basically, you will get away with anything.
Right, but I feel a little bit of prejudice coming from against the police on your part. You already have a predetermined...
What did I say that was prejudice?
Well, that you've already predetermined that cops have been trained to do this, and that they have their own little routine they go through to get away with unjust killings and stuff.
Oh, that's a fact. That's a known fact. That's not my theory. That actually is the case.
Okay, well.
No, really, I'm serious. It's a known thing. It's not even a theory. If you I could probably Google it. I feared for my life.
I mean, maybe it's a legal thing. Maybe it's just. I forget the word.
Here, I literally just Googled that expression, and I found a statement of Darren Wilson saying that I feared for my life. So, certain peoples are taught certain expressions that are common, and if you say them, they carry weight with them legally. And one of them is to fear for your life, because then you're, it's almost justified. He was going to attack me and kill me.
Right, but maybe it's just mandatory at a certain point, that's just the legal jargon that's necessary. But anyways, I would agree there's police brutality and that it needs to be checked. But I'd also like to say that anytime you're starting to create a negative, in a whole society, when you're starting to degrade your police force, we need our police force to an extent. You can't just completely turn everybody against them and think things are going to be good after that.
I think
it's not healthy. It's not healthy how we're painting
themselves.
Well, it's not healthy how we're painting the police in this country right now, and it's not going to lead to. We do need to do something about it, but to just demonize the police force isn't a good way to tackle it.
But what caused that demonization of the police, which is undeniably there, is their own actions.
Not every cop is, once again, we could say the minority for that with the cops. Not every cop is just a killer.
Definitely, that's a very good point. Now, actually, that actually just made me take a step back. That's true, but yeah, no, you're right about that. That's true. Not every cop is a killer. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like I get frustrated when Muslims are smeared for the actions of what are truly a very small minority.
Right, you don't want to be judged based on the minority.
Yeah, exactly. And you're right. That's a very good point. I never thought about that. I'll take that to heart.
Right, so just focus on the police you've met throughout your lifetime and how. I mean, I don't think you've been beaten or.
My experience has been kind of negative, actually.
I don't have the most positive either. I have some negative stuff.
I think it's the war on drugs. Reagan's the one who changed the way the police interacted with the population. And that everyone became a criminal when they started looking for drugs. Or everyone became a potential criminal, at least.
Well, I mean, I've gotten pulled over a few times for speeding and blown a stop sign and stuff like that. I've never gotten arrested. I've never gotten my car searched. I've never been searched myself.
So like that kind of stuff, like if somebody searches your car, or I mean,
I've had my car searched multiple times.
Did you consent to it?
Did you have a reason for it?
Obviously. No, I did not consent to it, and all 3 times I've gone to court, 2 times I was able to get off because I didn't acknowledge that it was mine, which is how you get away with it in my area.
So you had something in your car.
When I acknowledged that it was mine when they found it in my car, I was like, they didn't read me my rights, they didn't ask me permission to search my car, blah, blah, blah. And my lawyer told me that didn't even matter.
Well, you had something in your car, though, right?
Yeah.
So their search wasn't unwarranted. It wasn't unjust. I mean...
Well, they didn't ask permission to do it.
Yeah.
You can't blame the police for doing something they're going to do in the first place.
No, they didn't have a right to do it. You don't understand how the law works. You have to have a warrant to open someone's car.
But that guilt is on you to have the illegal item in your car when you know that can happen.
It goes both ways.
I mean, yeah, I don't drive with that shit anymore, But anyway, I mean, the point is that they do break the law because they don't read you your rights, and they will violate anything without a warrant.
What was it, marijuana?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, they don't give a shit. And the thing is that I didn't even have, actual weed. I had, a pipe that had resin on it, and that's what I got charged with because they're such dickholes.
Yeah, that's different, I guess. You had no actual marijuana on you?
No.
Did you get arrested?
Technically, yes, but I was right in front of my house when it happened, so they just let me go.
Well, the drug thing, everything's changing for the drug stuff, so that probably won't be illegal for too much longer.
No, but I mean, they'll still be looking for people with cocaine and shit.
Well, you gotta...
pills and stuff like that. It's just a waste of police time and money.
But the cocaine and the pills thing might not be a bad, maybe...
What does cocaine do? All that cocaine makes people do is be better at work and a little bit hyper, and then they'll get to bed.
Some of those drugs are bad for you, man.
It can break down your...
I mean, yeah, it's bad for you, but it's not affecting anybody but yourself.
They're I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, some of those drugs are freaking, marijuana, weed and cocaine are, on a different playing field.
Yeah. It's where do you draw the line? What about heroin?
Heroin doesn't affect anybody but you either.
It's lethal.
When you do heroin, you're done on a couch for 8 hours. And you might die during that 8 hours, but you're not affecting anybody else.
I mean, there's an argument, are you libertarian, if you don't mind me asking?
I would be if I thought it was actually plausible.
Fair enough.
Go ahead.
There's a libertarian argument that you should do whatever you want to do. That if we're all rational actors and we should be able to do whatever we want to do, and that makes sense in most cases. But with drugs, especially addictive drugs, you lose your sense of rationality and you stop thinking, and therefore you can't necessarily just say like everyone's. I don't know if you're making that argument. I'm kind of making an argument, shooting it down, but.
I do understand, like, I mean, I've seen addiction and stuff like that with people who literally their lives are destroyed, but I mean, that happens with alcohol also, and we don't try and, like, demonize that nearly as much as we do with everything else. In my opinion, people that are gonna do drugs are gonna do drugs. Like, we can't really stop them. It's already illegal, and we've already do everything that we can to stop them, and it doesn't work. So why not try a different method of recognizing it as, like, an actual disease instead of criminal behavior, and go from there.
Agreed.
I mean, alcohol's not good, but it's probably less dangerous than maybe heroin. How many people?
Alcohol is the only drug you can die from while coming off of it.
Well, how many people drink alcohol versus how many people do heroin, and how many people are alcoholics versus how many people are heroin addicts? I would say anyone who regularly
By far more
participates
people
in...
are alcoholics. By far more people are alcoholics than any other drug abuser.
I would say anyone who recreationally uses heroin is probably a heroin addict, but you have tons of people who recreationally use alcohol and aren't alcoholics.
I would not say that everyone that uses heroin is a heroin addict.
I would disagree with you. Heroin's one of the most addicting things. I mean, it killed my dad, for one, and two, the stories that my mom tells me about the things he would do to
Did
get
he inject
heroin.
it?
Yes. That's how people do
that's
heroin.
how you die from heroin. I mean, again, I would never do heroin. I don't think that people should be doing heroin, but I do think that people have the right to do heroin.
I'm kind of torn on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because like with I feel like if you're doing heroin, you're probably not rational, and therefore you're like crazy. I don't know. Maybe that's me being facetious. What kind
I mean, the odds if you're a heroin addict, you're probably going to end up dying or becoming homeless, which is why they end up doing criminal behavior. So the solution, like I said earlier, was to recognize it as a disease and actually get them treatment. I mean, you can send them to rehab and then a halfway house from there, and, you know, actually help them out instead of sending them to jail and then letting them out to repeat the behavior because they have no way of getting a job.
Well, there's so many people who even come in and out of rehab and go right back. There's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that, and a lot of those people don't go to halfway houses.
What exactly is a halfway house? I had one in my high school when I was.
A halfway house, usually most of them that are drug related, like the ones that people that are exiting rehab would go to, they require you to go into it from a rehab, so you're clean when you go into it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll give you about a week to get a job. And then you get a job and you basically just live there with like a community of people. And there can be like group sessions and stuff like that if you want to attend that, but you basically just live there, and you have to check in and out every day and stuff like that.
Have you been to one? Because I have, and it's a little bit different than that. It's you and a bunch of ex-junkies living in a shitty house. They have group meetings and stuff like that. They make you go to AA. They make you get a job. You have to get a job that fits the parameters of what kind of work they want you to do. It's very restrictive and not a good environment. I mean, you ever been to AA meeting? You look around that room and tell you you want to be like those people. I mean, it's a really, really flawed system.
Oh, it's the most.
I didn't really start doing
1%
harder
of people,
drugs until I got out of rehab.
1% of people are successful with AA.
Yeah, I've heard
I've been to NA meetings.
Well, and even that number is not accurate because they don't count the failures. They only count the successes, because if you failed the program, you weren't doing it right, so therefore that doesn't count on their records.
Yeah, well, I said 1% of people are successful with AA, but I don't know if you misheard me. But again, I'm not arguing for, you know, that it's not a bad thing or anything like that. I just think that people have the right to do whatever the hell they want to do.
Put a scenario, okay? Let's say cocaine's legal. Let's say all drugs are legal, and you have kids. Your kid makes friends at school, and he wants to go sleep over his friend's house, but his friend's dad has cocaine and heroin in the house. Like, would you really want to live in that world where, like,
Well, you're hopefully. First of all, you can always choose to not send your kid to that person's house.
You don't know though because it's legal.
But you can make that argument with anything, including like if you're conservative, you said like firearms. Would you want to send your kids?
Yeah, I mean that guy. For all you know, the dad could be a rampant alcoholic that hits your son when he goes over there, and you don't know that either.
Well, that's why you get to know the people your kids are hanging out with,
yeah,
their parents and stuff like that. My kids don't go anywhere unless I know who they're with.
Good.
I mean, hell, even if they're going next door to play with the neighbor's kid, I had to meet their mom.
Yeah, that's smart parenting.
Before they even got to hang out.
Hey, did you what kind of stuff did you say that the person you knew who used to do heroin did?
It was my dad, and he would inject it. Oh, as far as to like steal, he would go around, get a whole bunch of people to front him money, so he could go like score a whole bunch together. Well, instead of doing that, he'd score a whole bunch, skip town. And I'm talking like large amounts.
Like how much?
A couple $1,000s worth.
Man, like like people who do drugs and like need money, like I almost wish like they didn't do drugs, but they had the money because like, I want to hire like a former junkie as like my means of getting money, like raising capital.
Well, it just makes it hard because a lot of the junkie type people are so fucking shady.
Yeah.
That I mean, they'll rob you as soon as you walk out the door. Especially, the ones that I've dealt with, which is heroin just from stories from my mom, because I was really young when all that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And, just people that I know that, like they got relatives that are all doped out and shit, and they do some pretty fucked up shit. I mean, I got a friend who runs a recycling center in here, and tweakers come all day long with air conditioners.
Yes, that they stole.
Yep, probably. He gives them $15 for recycle, and there they are back in a few hours to get some more.
That was in the movie Requiem for a Dream.
It's real.
He's stealing his mom's
They actually
TV.
do it.
He steals his mom's TV and sells it for I think like $18 or whatever, and she buys it back for $20. And this happened like a whole bunch of times. That's crazy.
Well, my point with your kid going over to the sleepover or whatever and cocaine was just that I would imagine in a society where all drugs are legal, hard drugs like that would be more prevalent. They would be around more.
I actually would disagree with that.
You think there'd be less?
How's that possible?
I would think that it would be about the same.
No, it would definitely increase. It would definitely.
Well, in Portugal they have legalized, in Uruguay also they've legalized all drugs. They've decriminalized. They haven't legalized it, but they decriminalized it. And there's actually been decrease in amount of drug use among teens in particular.
And is the drug thing, is it just selfish? Is it just like, I want drugs and...
No, I don't... Dude, again, I do the drug that I want, that's marijuana, and I have no problems with that shit. I think that everyone has the right to do whatever they want to do. People should be able to get gay married. People should be able to do their drugs that they want to do.
There are repercussions.
It's constitutional, in my opinion.
It's hard to say you can do something like legalize all drugs and not imagine any negative repercussions. It seems like a selfish viewpoint, like I kind of want drugs, so therefore we should legalize all drugs.
I don't want drugs. I think that regardless of whether it's illegal or not, people are going to be doing drugs, which is proven. So why not give them a safer means to getting drugs instead of getting stabbed in an alleyway or robbed?
What would you say that with
what they're not actually, they think it's the drug, but instead it's poison or some shit.
Yeah.
Penn Jam brings up a point that it's hard to work when you're high or out of your mind, and you can't even function like a regular human being.
Well, that's why I don't get high before you go to work.
Pretty hard.
Yeah,
pretty
exactly.
hard to get the drugs. It's really hard to get the drugs if you don't have some kind of income. Number one. Number two, I don't even smoke weed. Yeah, and I advocate leaving all drugs. Not just decriminalizing, flat legalizing.
Yes.
Do you drink alcohol, Nadia?
Yeah, sometimes.
I don't even drink alcohol, and I support the legalization of marijuana.
Nadia, do you think?
Yeah.
Nadia, do you think a legalization of all drugs would decrease the prevalency of drugs in a society?
I didn't say it would decrease. I said it would keep it about the same.
I don't know if it would decrease prevalency, but it certainly decrease the harm.
The harm?
Yes.
What do you mean by harm?
It's like HIV from needle sharing, things like the poisons that the drugs are cut with, well, either killing or sickening or destroying people. You can also do things like regulate the method of administration of methamphetamine so it doesn't destroy people's teeth and so on.
Oh wow, that's horrible.
What's that?
I
What's
suppose.
horrible?
The teeth destruction thing. No, I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm saying the fact that it destroys people's teeth.
So I guess you have to agree with that. You have to accept that people are going to do drugs when they want to do drugs, regardless of legal or them being illegal. That the same amount of people who do them, and that there won't be an increase.
The mass rape in prison and the spread of HIV from that as well would also be cut down.
Because they would supply these drugs to prisoners?
No, we wouldn't arrest people for drug use anymore.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we would save so much money just tax-wise, because people would start getting taxed for their drugs that they were buying, and we wouldn't be arresting a gazillion prisoners every year.
Yep, and cross all the felonies off the records, and you have a zillion people who, well, were once out of the job market who can now actually get jobs.
I suppose you just have to believe that there wouldn't be an increase in any way of people doing drugs or obtaining.
All right,
drugs.
let me ask everyone in this room right now: are you going to do heroin if it's legal?
I don't care if the drugs are increased, so long as the harm from them is decreased.
Are you going to do heroin if it's legal, William?
No.
Are you going to do heroin if it's legal, Farhan?
No.
See, I mean, not everyone is going to do heroin just because it's freaking legal. Most people aren't. The people that are already doing heroin, on the other hand, will be doing heroin. It's not going to make kids start doing it. Everyone knows that it's freaking retarded.
I suppose.
So yeah, so the original point I was making, kind of going back to our conversation and taking it back, was that I do notice that there is a general trend from the conservatives to, like, support oppressors.
Yeah.
I was actually getting initially to, like, what I would call like a certain brand of Christianity. That's what I was talking about. My initial message was saying that I've noticed that I don't want to reset the whole thing, but basically Christianity, the initial message of Jesus was very much for the poor, to uplift them in the difficult situations they were experiencing and to fight against the oppressors. And what I've noticed amongst Christians, or modern day, certain, not all, but certain Christians, is that they are the oppressors and they support oppression very openly. They are the Romans that the Jews would have been against. And it's kind of a weird, they say they're Christians, but they go against everything that Jesus said.
Well, I find it really ironic, even more than the oppression. But when you have really, really rich Christians that just have Swiss bank accounts, and all that they care about is having dynasties for their kids, basically.
Right.
That was Jesus' #1 teaching. Basically, was anti-materialism, in my opinion, at least.
Right. No, I agree.
Well, the two masters, God and Mammon, is one thing, but I don't know if it'd be primary message.
I mean, it was a very big theme. Let's put it that way. I don't know if I can quantify what was the message, but it was a very big theme, definitely.
Big theme, yes. Yeah.
they say that like Jesus was a communist. You know, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that, but that's what they say. Like his views mostly aligned with it's like socialism or something like that.
Yeah, about socialist and communist mixed.
Yeah.
I mean, he definitely wouldn't want a 1%, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's that whole deal.
There was a Christian communist movement. I'd endorse that.
I mean, communism is not a bad thing in itself, but I really don't think it's practical, to be honest.
Communism is a bad thing. I'm sorry, Nadia. I'm just gonna say it. I'm very anti-communism. I like their feelings, if you will. But
what do you think? What do you think communism is?
no, I've read the Communist Manifesto. It's a movement towards like a stateless, like equality of. I would not be able to express it like in so many simple words, but a movement towards a stateless. Go ahead. Like we're all equal. Everyone to each their own capacity or their means to produce, and to each their own capacity. And there's a general psychological change in humanity as well, that people are not so concerned about. They're concerned about the greater good, and there's not like one group that has everything. Everyone does what they can. They contribute to the collective, and everyone takes what they need from the collective, and nothing more. And that sounds great. That sounds great, but it doesn't work out. Tell me I'm wrong. Honestly, like, I mean, you can disagree with me. I don't mean to shoot you down or nothing.
I think it's a fair amount more specific. And
Go ahead.
proposes a number of specific reforms that are, some of which are already in place even.
Like what?
Reduction of hours in a work week. They're actually shorter than the Communist Manifesto suggests.
But that isn't a communist thing. That's like a that's like a specific law. I mean, you can say that it's within that realm, but I'm saying like you can say it's leftist policy, but I'm saying like the crux of communism is not that. That can't technically happen under really any system.
Maybe. I would say the crux of communism is more the elimination of rentiership, or
it's just like state-regulated equality, right? Like one governing body regulates everything and makes it all equal, kind of.
No.
No?
In communism, the state withers away.
The state what? Withers away?
Eventually, yeah.
Yes.
So then there's not a governing body?
Eventually, yeah, that's the idea. That eventually
Would
will
be anarchy.
You're right. Like, eventually the idea is that the state will eventually wither away. You will not need a state, and it'll just be like human nature to be a communist.
It'll kind of be like anarchy, but people will actually do what they are supposed to do instead of running around with guns.
Well, how do you keep a currency?
You don't.
Yeah, there wouldn't be currency in a communist society. That's perfect.
There's no currency in a communist society?
Actually, Marx is a bit ambiguous on that. I would say that in the Marxist formulation, they cross a bit, although maybe not so well articulated by Marx, is the elimination of rentiership. Essentially the sort of scenario where people passively collect income off of investments and such by simply owning something. They are entitled to essentially an infinite amount of income over time.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
Wait, go ahead.
One thing I've thought about a lot is I like the idea of like actually I kind of in my essence I lean libertarian. So I have a lot of disagreements with them, but I lean that essentially. But I also think that you can't have like these massive drones of poor people just without anything, and so I kind of like the idea of private charity, but private charity has its limits. You can't just have private charities. I think what needs to be done is that the private sector, and I don't mean businesses, I mean like individuals need to set up like massive, what are called like endowments for different causes. Like every generation, someone contributes 100, someone contributes 1,000, someone contributes here and there, and it's an endowment fund for a certain function, and it's free from the government. That's only goal is to help people, and we have that to some degree, but I wish it was done more mass scale. I like something like that. In addition, I mean, there's obviously that could be handled by the government in some ways, but overall, I think that should be a very encouraged thing. Like we have like 401c3s in this country.
Well, how do you motivate people to work? Like, how do you get everybody? So, I mean, it starts off with currency, and the ultimate goal is.
The ultimate goal is just everyone be as productive as like possible for themselves.
Well, no, they're not being
to help
productive for
society.
themselves. They're being productive for their communists,
Well, productive as they possibly can be for
for the greater.
as themselves, for the communist community.
Right.
Why do you think people work in the USSR?
Of death.
Why do people work in the USSR?
Fear? Because they were told
Really?
to? Maybe. I don't know too much about the USSR.
That was it, yeah, pretty much. They were under threat of death
Not quite.
by them. I mean, not everybody, but like.
Weren't there massive killings under Stalin?
A couple 100,000. He was
I heard
rather
Stalin killed
worried
almost
about
as many as.
That's false. But in the meantime, the main issue was that. Okay, people actually worked in fun because they, actually invested in the, communist projects and such. Conrad, for example, could have easily sort of rested on his laurels, but instead, went on about its applied mathematics and whatnot.
They killed millions of people in the communist gulags.
Yeah, the gulags and the KGB went around and massacred like societies, basically.
The less than 1 million people went into the gulag. It was about 1 million, but it was still slightly under. I mean, there were atrocities, yes, but your exaggeration of the scale is not not going to do something I sit down and just take your word for.
So
there are right-wing revisionists who claim the things that you're saying, but they are incorrect.
So what was the motivation for people to work then?
They actually invested in their society and want to do some kind of good and so on.
So it was like a moral thing. Kind of.
Yeah.
Hey, Nadia?
Yeah, I mean there was some counteraction against people who were seen to be leeching and so on, but at the same time, most people were not motivated by the threat and whatnot. They were doing it for the sake of communist project.
The under Stalin, the conservative estimates are like. I mean, this is something I did a study on this a long time ago, but the numbers very widely fluctuate. But this says, like, I just googled how many people did Stalin kill, and it says Daitkin estimates that the USSR suffered between 56 and 62 million unquote unnatural deaths during that period, with 34 to 46 million directly linked to Stalin. I mean, he killed droves of people.
That's right-wing revisionist garbage.
That's like people from like Ukraine will claim this. People from like all these places they will claim this because they were like entire areas that were decimated.
Quote unquote Holodomor was insurrection. Number one, and number two, that was I think 7 million, no more.
we have like documented evidence of like Stalin ordering the deaths of like millions of people. Like,
yeah, the lowest
No,
estimates
not
I'm reading are
not
1.6
millions.
million.
Millions. No, he didn't order the deaths of millions. It was under a million.
First off, that's a
I mean,
crazy
it's
number.
still a monstrosity. Yeah, that actually it still makes him a monster. But again, the right-wing revisionists you're drawing on, just make it
I
up
really
like
think that's
more deaths due to Stalin than people exist in the USSR to actually kill.
I'm not going to deny that some of the hardcore like right-wing extremists do these things, but like
It's not just a hardcore, so to speak.
Like
It's
we know,
pretty-
like they actually.
Anyone who leans slightly to the right is pretty much padding Stalin's numbers.
There are like
And-
lots of Russian like researchers who looked into this, and even like during Perestroika, like Russians themselves, and like entire villages that were like depopulated or things that were done like starvation, stealing people's food, for the quote unquote greater collective good. And if you looked at like the Central Asian countries, they were forced secularized. They killed large numbers of like religious leaders. The Chechens were literally like moved, like they were forced to move to Siberia, and quite a few of them died. They say like population transfers, yeah, which is horrible. You can't, I mean, we're talking. That was an entire freaking ethnic group.
It's generally not deemed.
What?
Yeah, population transfers are generally not deemed good things. They are not killings.
No, but people died during those transfers. Like they had people like in vans and buses, not vans, but trains. That's the word. Who died like en route because of the conditions that were just so horrific. And there were people in the gulags who were sending letters to Stalin saying like, "I support you. This is a mistake. I'm not an enemy of the state." And he probably didn't get them.
Yeah, I mean, again, the padding of Stalin's numbers is, number one, unnecessary. I mean, the under 1 million deaths is enough to make him a monster.
I don't know. I don't think it's padding, but what's the low estimate? Who was the person that was saying the low estimate of how many people he killed?
Yeah, the lowest estimate I was looking up said it was 1.6 million, and that the higher estimates were about beyond 10 million. And he also apparently imprisoned 2.6 million people without any trials.
What about the starvations?
It doesn't say anything specific about starvation I'm reading.
The Holodomor, starvation, etc., it is not attributable essentially because it was warfare against insurrection.
Have you heard of that? What's that one island or that one sea, the Aral Sea? It's a sea in I want to say Kazakhstan. Let me look it up. Uzbekistan. Sorry, Uzbekistan. Actually, it's in several countries, but it's this massive sea. Like, let me just get a picture of it. C, Control V. It's the sea.
Ukraine. The kulaks in Ukraine. The kulaks in Ukraine deliberately destroy their own crops to, I don't know, somehow, I guess, destabilize the state or something. Then went into active insurrection.
Serious, Nadia?
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm serious. They went into open insurrection against Ukraine, and well, how do you supply people that are in open insurrection against you? You expect people to like. Sorry. Do you mind? Excuse me. Do you mind? I mean, say for instance, someone who's taken hostages and so on, or actually not even hostages. Someone who's barricaded themselves into some criminals barricaded themselves with a gun and so on. Do you actually like try to deliver food to them? I mean, the same kind of ridiculousness.
That is so out there to say that the Ukraine destroyed their own crops to get at Stalin. I mean, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If
Yeah, they
anyone,
did. They did. And
I went to school with people whose parents grew up in
Ukraine.
communist occupied parts of Europe, and they told us how it was really like, man. And I mean, they didn't have enough food. I mean, they had to wait all day in line for a stale loaf of bread. Okay, that was supposed to last them like a month. Okay, they did not have the opportunities, were simply not there for them to prosper. And for you to be making all of these, you're defending. I can understand if you're going to defend.
It's a defense. How is this a defense of Stalin?
I could. Okay, if you're going to defend somebody, pick someone reasonable. But you're sitting here defending Stalin. Okay.
I'm not defending Stalin. I attribute a couple hundred thousand deaths to Stalin's atrocities.
100,000. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, but you find that acceptable?
No, I don't find it acceptable. I say Stalin's a monster, and
well, if you don't find it acceptable, why are you ideologically defending this guy like he was some big?
I'm not
man
defending his ideology. I'm not defending his ideology. I'm not defending his actions either.
Yes, you are, and you've done it before, Nadia.
How is it a defense of Stalin to attribute the appropriate numbers of buildings to him?
Well, I mean, I've heard you in other hangouts. You've defended this man. You thought that he was.
I don't defend Stalin.
Defended communism.
He's a monster. He's a monster who killed 700,000 people.
Can we get back to the original topic, which is about communism? I mean, I'm guilty of changing the topic. Communism in general, in every situation it's tried, has led to mass death.
No, that's incorrect.
I mean, you can find like small cases here and there, but in the massive cases that has been tried in China, in Russia, in a lot of the countries like in East Asia.
The attribution of those deaths to communism is incorrect. Number one.
So?
And number two, there are other cases of communism that suffered no mass deaths for any reason.
So in a lot of those countries you're talking about, like let's say for example the Pol Pot regime, we can argue that okay, this is not technically communism, right? But then honestly, like then communism has never been tried. In that case, it's just a theory, and we can't really discuss it. But in those countries, what they do is they create the state as the ultimate authority, and that means that the state can kill people as they wish because they are the ultimate authority, and that does happen. So if you're an enemy of the state because things are not working out, it's hysteria and they just go around killing people. That has happened.
Yeah, however faithful to communism they did raise the banner of communism. Well, again, I say they're both ideology and the morals of their actions and so on are both grossly incorrect.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that they could have been wrong in their and everything. But in that case, then communism has never been tried then, and maybe except for like very small cases here and there, but that can't scale across the entire society.
You can't entirely disclaim them because then it's a no true Scotsman affair.
Okay, I'll give that. But then you can't. But then has it ever scaled across an entire society? And if so, where?
Well, there's Cuba, China.
And people are like, okay, actually, those countries are not as bad as we Americans make them out to be. China is actually not doing very well under communism. Did not do very well under communism. But it's got its problems.
China never left communism.
And it's doing no, that's not true. Communism in the Manchurian aspects is doing very well under a free market system, but in the other parts that are still hardcore communist, where the government does control everything, they are not doing very well. I mean, okay, let me take that back. They're actually doing better than they were, but there is still a lot of oppression that takes place. Communism,
Right.
they've broken
No,
from communism. They've
trouble is.
very much broken from communism.
Sorry?
They have very sharply divided from communism. The major parts of China.
Alright, and how so?
I mean, like, for example, the free market reforms that they've recently undertaken. They used to be like
Recently?
very
Like, how recently?
when did these even become very major? Like, they first started like in certain test areas, and they moved on. I'm having trouble giving you a date, but like the 90s. I mean, there's been recently been a very rapid explosion in the Chinese economy, and it's because they liberalized their economy. They gave people freedoms.
That's not why. They're
Why
playing
isn't-
bigger than ever, and they're winning.
What happened then?
I said they're playing bigger thy neighbor, and they're winning.
I don't follow what you just said. Being beggar of our neighbor?
Beggar thy neighbor. It's a currency manipulation strategy.
Oh no, they are definitely doing that. That they are undeniably, and that is not capitalism. That's corporatism, right? I'll give you that they do artificially deflate their currency, but they're still like allowing for businesses to come up and just like allowing independent venture as opposed to like the government being the sole producer of goods and services. They're not doing like a quote massive leap forward or whatever the hell that was called that Mao did.
You know, most corporations
Leap forward is not what it is.
You know, most corporations in China are actually fronts for the Chinese government. So, for instance, you'll have like an oil company or like an airline or like a company that produces plastic toys or whatever. And then when you really investigate these companies, you find it's really the Chinese government running those companies. Okay, it's not private enterprise at all.
Yes.
It's communism posing as private enterprise, but it's not private enterprise.
Exactly.
Thank you, Incorporated. Thank you, Incorporated. So, well, what's the question then? China, still communist, rocking the world.
Would you prefer to live in China than here?
Well, I am the LGBT affairs. Well, actually, just straight up, just transition affairs and so on are much more difficult in China. So, the answer to that is no, for very specific reasons. If not for that, then, or if and when I get that done, China would be great.
Let me ask: would you say that you would rely like on empirical evidence as a general guideline for like understanding science and things like that, empirically analyzing whatever, any topic?
Combination of both empirical and mathematical.
Okay, fair enough. What we know from the 20th century is that that the left-wing economic views have their problems, and the right-wing economic policies have their problems. But the further we go left, I mean, there's a limit. Like there's like a sweet spot. But like the further we, as an economy, went left, almost all societies self-destructed. And the further we went right to the extreme, that's also true. But like we've seen the effects of like left-wing economic, like really hardcore. I'm not talking about like modern type people. I'm talking like communists and socialists. That there was a destruction in society, and I'm not talking about like Europe has hit a sweet spot. I think in certain parts of Europe, but
number one, China. Number two, Cuba has actually weathered quite a storm of embargoes and whatnot.
Cuba is not. You can't really use them as an example because they are under embargo. and so like that is going to affect their economy. So I wouldn't use them as an example.
Actually, it's a good example. They're actually holding up pretty well
No, they're
despite
not.
the embargo.
Their cars are from like the 1950s. Like I've heard stories about people who went there, and they
Absolutely, they work with what they have. Yes.
And there's people who literally are willing to die to leave the country.
Well, don't you just have to look?
Much now that the right wing's already fled Cuba.
Don't you just have to
I
look
have to say
at?
Cuba is doing well, like in comparison to other nations.
Well, I wouldn't say it's doing well. I'd say it's weathering the storm well, so to speak.
Yeah, that's fair. Go ahead, William.
Don't you just have to look at the U.S., Canada, Europe, Australia, Japan? Like the strongest, most thriving countries are all democratic.
This isn't a democratic thing. This is an economic thing.
This is economic, not.
Okay, well they're not communists.
China's communist.
I didn't mention. I'm just saying the big players on the in the world stage are not communists. The smaller ones are.
China is a big player.
China, yeah.
Is it bigger than Europe?
I'd say China's a pretty major player.
Yeah, it's probably not at this point. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I don't know what its GDP is.
Is it bigger than Japan?
Under some metrics, but not all.
Far bigger than Japan.
Dude, China
under some metrics, but not all. China has already surpassed the U.S.
Well, then point withdrawn.
Sorry?
What's the GDP of China?
Depends on if you use purchasing power parity or their own deflated currency.
Here we go. The Chinese GDP is 9.24 trillion, and the European Union GDP is I just lost it. Nominal is 17.372 trillion. So this nation, which is understandably massive, is like just a couple trillion lower.
Is that purchasing power parity or
Trillion,
is it currency exchange rates?
It's nominal. This is just the nominal.
Nominal.
Yeah.
Nominal is currency exchange.
Yeah, that's true. You know, actually, the real factor, the real thing that matters in an economy, actually, is not even really the GDP. It's actually the GDP per capita. That's what really matters. Because if you have a population of like 6 people, but you make $1 trillion a year, like, you know, every one of them is like ultra wealthy. But if you have a population of $1 trillion that makes $2 trillion, every one of them makes $2 a year. What really matters is the GDP per capita.
GDP is not that simple.
No, you're right. It's not that simple. And even like I'm kind of giving a simplistic explanation of it, right? Like our economy is actually not a free market system in America. We have we freaking go to war with other countries to quote unquote open up their economy, which really just means to like exploit them. And so like we might be successful perhaps because of our right wing libertarian type views, true, in our economy, but we also go in and like kill people and like force them to sell like goods at a lower price to us.
There is protectionism, but that opening up is the enforcement of something on the order of pure capitalism. And those countries that are getting cleaned out are the ones that are forced to practice that pure capitalism and so on.
Yeah.
But is there really an argument right now of capitalism versus communism and which is more successful?
Well, look at China's GDP growth and say China is not successful.
Well, I would say one thing. When China started to explode in the 2000s, do you think that maybe something happened in the 2000s that shifted their actual policies away from communism?
No.
You don't think so? You think it just arbitrarily go ahead.
The change that happened was under Anschauung.
I don't know. I just don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
The change that happened that led to the large growth rates was under Anschauung. in the 80s, late 80s.
But what about the number of highly successful capitalistic countries versus communistic countries? How many, aside from China, how many can you say are as successful as the capitalist countries?
Well, what you're actually arguing is basically who's winning flat-out wars.
Define success.
Yeah, you need to define success then before we go into further.
Yeah, I mean, they have like these peasant societies who overthrew like, well, Chinese emperor and Russian Tsar.
Quality of life?
Excuse me. Yeah, these peasants and so on overthrew the Chinese emperor and the Russian Tsar, and then were, repeatedly invaded by, Japan was invaded by China, Russia was invaded by Germany, shattered by those invasions, and tried to reconstruct it. Yeah, and not just shattered by those invasions, but that atop, the grind-crushing, medieval-esque peasant poverty that was prevalent amongst, essentially those entire societies. That's what they're coming up from. And in Russia, of course, about half of all the deaths during World War II were USSR deaths. Right? USSR was, well, didn't have that many people going around, right? Yeah, and it also entailed, female deaths because there was equality in the army and whatnot. So what's so clear is your warfare bits, basically the capitalists going to war because they didn't want communism to exist, is a lot of what destroyed communism.
I mean, I guess, I don't know.
That's true, that's a good point. Communism didn't only just fall because it was a crappy system, it also fell because people freaking went to war with them, or did actually things like with America, the Soviet Union didn't collapse ultimately because we just outcompeted them, which we did, but it collapsed also because we actually lowered artificially the prices of commodities that Russia, the Soviet Union, was exporting, and that just destroyed their economy. We engineered the destruction of their economy.
Yeah. Well, and that atop espionage, atop the military competition, diverting what would otherwise go into their economy into the military, and so on. And that atop, having been shattered during World War II.
So because
do population growth rates decline because of poverty? No. Poverty actually makes them explode because people are, going to R strategy instead of K strategy. Dynamically and behaviorally. What killed their actual sort of birth rate and so on was taking the mass deaths of, uterus-bearing people during World War II, and then the echoes of that have been just continuing to echo ever since.
Hey, Nadia, are you aware in economics of a concept called bubbles?
A concept called what?
Are you aware of the concept of bubbles in economics, or economic bubbles?
Yes.
Like the dot-com bubble and all that. Well, China is a perfect example of a bubble that is more than likely probably going to explode in the near future. You realize there are whole cities in China that they have built that are unpopulated? Okay, they have overbuilt and overinvested in their economy, so much so that in the future something is going to have to give. Okay?
They're hoping for people to move, dude.
Yeah, but even cities were built in like 2005, and no one's living in them still. The populations are still negligible.
How do you detect a bubble?
How do you detect one? I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, a lot of times it's pretty odd. What happens with bubbles is when you have an overinvestment
How do
in
you
a
know if
certain
it's an overinvestment?
Well, you know it's an overinvestment when you see a lack of productivity in that particular sector. For instance, the dot-com bubble in the late 90s. Okay, you had all
How
these
do you
people
measure productivity?
investing all this money into all these internet companies that were hiring people and had employees but weren't actually producing a damn thing. Okay, they were not they were not producing capital and wealth to sustain themselves. It was
How
a
do you measure
bubble. Same
productivity?
thing with China.
How do you measure productivity?
You measure productivity by the output of whatever industry or firm that you're talking about. I mean, if there is no
How do you measure
output or
How do you measure
return on your investment, you're basically investing in a bubble that's gonna burst at
How do
some
you
point.
measure How do you measure output?
You measure output by the how would you say it? I guess the goods and services or capital that a particular industry or sector puts back into the economy after
Okay.
it's been invested into.
And how do you measure how much goods and services have been put back to the economy?
By looking at total output. I mean, I don't know how much
You already
further.
said output. Yeah, you're ending up in a bit of a circular reasoning here.
Well, I mean, if you're investing in something and it's
Point.
not giving you any
In
returns,
the stance you're arguing, you're essentially declaring the output is whatever you say it is.
no, I did not say the output was whatever I said was. I never said that. I don't know where you got that
Okay,
from.
then, well, produce the definition. It sounds circular.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna invest in something, do you realize that Chinese investors don't even like investing in their own economy? If their own economy is so vibrant and so great, why don't their own investors invest in it? Chinese investors invest in foreign economies, specifically us, the United States. Okay, they don't like to invest in their
They're
own.
investing a lot more in the United States.
Well, they don't
They have
like
the mineral rights
investing
to.
in their
They have
own
the mineral rights
economy.
to. They have the mineral rights to various rare earth ore bodies outside of China, and China already has its own. So they've got South African rare earth ore bodies. They have some other number of mineral rights investments, very strategic ones. Because they don't have idiots running their country. They have PhDs. PhDs in various sciences even. Typically science is appropriate to the post. Like the water minister, PhD in hydrology.
Well, apparently communism is the idealistic form of an economy. It's the best type of
I have
economy.
issues with China. I have issues with China.
Is there a better type of
The
economy
ones you're
than?
saying. Hang on. Somebody's got music. Stop music. Thank you. How long is that going?
I didn't hear anything.
I think it's just for grins. Yeah, that'll probably get my video demonetized anyway. Only a second. Okay. Well, if it was short enough, it might not. Yeah. Screw it. Main thing is, yeah, I do have issues with China, and they are not the kind of issues you have with it.
So then what are they?
Well, socialism in one country is ill-grounded. That's for starters. Second, of course, is the, well, wealth disparities and so on are contrary to communism. Again, action should be taken against those. But it's not. At least not to a sufficient degree. Third is, of course, quite a number of rights issues, like LGBT rights. Yeah. And marriage is not on the list of rights that I could really consider significant as far as LGBT rights. I mean, yeah, sure, the whole marriage thing should happen eventually, but as far as like what's actually has our world on fire and so on. Employment discrimination is number one, and then things like healthcare, housing, public accommodation, and justice. Follow on down the line.
Totally random.
In terms of, go ahead.
Nadia, you have like 50 pairs of the same clothes, because every time I see you, you're wearing the same similar outfit.
No, I don't. I have 2 sets of clothes, one of which is infested by bed bugs.
It's infested by bed bugs?
Yeah.
I didn't know clothes could get infested.
What's that?
I didn't know clothes could get infested with bed bugs.
Yeah, really any kind of fabric and so on.
Can't you just easily clean them out?
Bed is the fabric of the bed. What's that?
Can't you just easily clean them out?
No. I tried.
So you only have one set of clothes that you wear then?
Yeah.
Earlier we were talking about echo.
Hey, Abdul Hassan, where are you from?
Someone want to fix that echo?
Hermine, it's your mic.
Oh, let me refresh.
Earlier we were going to talk about LGBT issues, and I would say I would take a stance like an anti-LGBT stance, but my only thing was on marriage, and that it's basically not worth how it's dividing and creating such a huge issue. Because we started talking about that a little bit again.
Well, yeah, LGBT rights are one of my issues with China. And again, I also have issues with these elements within the LGBT movement that are basically derailing the entire movement with marriage.
Right.
And trans people, for number one, are cut completely out of it. We have, essentially, it's not entirely relevant to us. Okay. And principle can apply because, like, there's a much higher prevalence rate of, I guess, same-sex interest amongst trans people. But even so, I mean, it's not what has our world on fire. It's employment discrimination, and then the other kind of discrimination on top of that, especially healthcare.
Right, and there's really no way to argue against that. There's no really, I don't see what the stance or position would be to even be opposed to that, so.
Yeah, something like the having a protected class status in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 would make sense. Then there's a large issue with that provision essentially not having any teeth. So once you get that far, the second half of the well, not the second half, the bulk of the real fight is actually getting teeth in it to actually enforce it. As opposed to, well, basically making it unenforceable by dint of like impossible evidential standards and whatnot. I mean, for instance, for any of the protected classes in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, race, sex, yeah, presumably LGBT too, if you eventually have that added, whatever class it is, protected class, how do you establish discrimination occurred under the current legal evidential standards? You essentially require, or the court essentially requires, a declaration of intent by the aggressor and so on. Literally, right? Without a statement that says, you know, they went about their discriminatory action on the basis of, well, your protected class status, whatever your protected class is. Excuse me. Without a sort of declaration of intent where they declare that they went about their discriminatory action on the basis of your protected class status, whatever your protected class is, there's no grounds for a suit, right? At least as the evidential standards now stand. A big part of that was actually during a racial case regarding the death penalty.
So what could the LGBT movement be doing if they weren't so focused on marriage? Like, what should they be doing or saying to be changing anything?
Well, step one is getting that protected class status in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and then finally, after that happens, getting actual enforceability against those various kinds of discrimination, and not just on behalf of LGBT people, but also all of the various protected classes.
Isn't gender one of the protected classes?
Yes.
It's possible you could build up an argument based on that. I don't know what Adam would think about that.
The EEOC's already tried to do something on this order, saying that sex stereotyping is, I guess, some manner in which the LGBT people are discriminated against in a way that the sex issue applies. The trouble is, of course, that while they put it on their list of regulations, essentially, like one or two open actions have ever happened on this basis, and both of those, again, require the declaration of intent.
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. Declaration of intent. Not familiar with that phrase in that particular context.
They have to essentially confess. They have to essentially confess there's discriminating against you on the basis of your whatever your protected class is. That being in that protected class.
Oh, well, doesn't that apply to all the protected classes?
Yes. Race, sex, religion, and disability, I think.
Intent is very difficult to prove, I guess, without like overwhelming statistical evidence or a confession or what have you, I guess.
McCluskey versus Kemp ruled out statistical evidence.
Oh, so if you live in a area that's 90% black and 100% of your employees are white, the statistics won't matter?
Correct.
Well, that law has no teeth.
The statistics, I think, are used in some way in various kinds of lawsuits anyway, but the actual sort of, the actual reality is almost no one can get any claim of discrimination this sick, no matter how obvious it is. Because if they don't make a statement confessing it out of their mouth, it's like impossible. So.
Yeah, that law has no teeth. You need another. You can't even rely on it, so there's really no point.
The evidential standard is not part of the law. That's part of the jurisprudence and so on.
Well, then the only other way that would be to have the law amended to make, to change the evidential standards. For example,
Yes.
hiring from a particular, that is, your hiring should very reasonably closely correlate with the applicants.
Yeah. And that's worth having done, but again, getting it past the right wing is impossible with the kind of stranglehold they have on everything. Well, yeah, the trouble is, Tom, you're not a hiring manager. The 1,000 hiring managers in the U.S. that I've already consulted all said hell no. Yeah, Pop-Tarts won't keep you alive.
Yeah, a lot of the good jobs are actually, the companies use agencies to, so a specific set of agencies to screen out potential candidates before you even get to talk to the company that you want to work for. And because the employment agencies want to keep their jobs, keep their lucrative contracts, they are very picky about who they choose to send forward.
The issue I've seen with that is actually smaller companies will tend to use those, and they are kind of no-go from the get-go. And as far as dealing with whatever my checkered record is and so on, the larger companies have their own in-house recruiting and so on. So there's actually a chance there if I can get it past employees on the inside, or get it through employees on the inside. So, for instance, the only interviews I've gotten are from fairly large companies. And in fact, there are other major kinds of issues militating against the small companies, like, well, number one, they're pretty much fly-by-night operations. They're not up to some critical mass. And those do things like go out of business and have flaky managers and so on. Well, and can people on a whim. So they also tend to have, shitty quote-unquote health benefits. The reality being that their health, quote unquote, health benefits are what would keep me alive. And the smoke clears. Kind of like Fortune 500 or nothing. Startups are the worst. I've been through a couple of those. They were both complete shit.
Yeah, there was a time back in the days where unemployment figures were really low, and the people who are hiring were the ones that were competing to get the best employees. Those were the good times because that's when they were offering, you know, really nice benefits in additional to the base pay, because they really wanted you if you were good, by hook or by crook. And some of the fly-by-night outfits, you know, ended up continuing to fly. I mean, Facebook was initially, you know, they were nothing in 2004 and 2005.
Yeah,
I mean, there was MySpace.
Social networking I did at that point was based on other things. I was social networking back then. And it was, I think I had MySpace, but I didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, MySpace was a very lonely space indeed. And it didn't help that they put everything on one single page.
Well, anyway, yeah.
And LinkedIn still sucks.
No, LinkedIn, on a technical basis, you know, not so great, but in terms of the quote-unquote job traffic, etc., people who do contracting type stuff tend to get a lot of stuff mileage out of it.
Yeah. Well, what I found with LinkedIn was that really it was only the people you knew personally that would even bother recommending you for anything. And as you know, people move on to other jobs and whatnot, they eventually, well, they don't. They don't recommend you anymore.
It's a big part of the issue with the evidential standards. Like, even as unlikely as these statistical arguments are to succeed, they only work against larger companies. Because the small ones have too few employees to have statistical validity to any kind of sample or measurement. So, as far as so William, you say even though you're quote unquote against marriage, you actually don't object to the kinds of issues I say are part of the agenda?
Not at all.
Whose noise is that? Okay.
I don't know how anyone could object to that. If I could think of an argument just to play devil's advocate, I would, but I can't even think of an argument for it.
The ENDA is actually watering down. Those people have been trying to get, at the very least, sexual orientation, if not gender identity, added to the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as protected classes since 1974. And around 1994, there was kind of a big turnaround where, yeah, the non-discrimination affairs ended up being kind of their own separate bill. It didn't actually amend the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and only covered employment. And worse yet, there was some kind of bizarre movement elsewhere that went on about the whole marriage issue. It's preposterous.
Yeah, I've heard of Prop 8 like a billion times, but I haven't heard of any of those other acts or whatever you're talking about.
The Employment Non-Discrimination Act?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been coming up every year and getting shot down every year by the right wing. There's not a great deal of mobilization behind it.
Yeah, they should probably talk about that a little bit more, or get it out a little bit more.
Yeah, my thought is the combination of TERFs that got into the HRC and, well, some, I don't know, other people who didn't realize quite what they were getting involved with. You know, actually, I wanted the religious freedom to actually marry gay people because they believed in it as religious people. Basically got together and ended up derailing the entire thing, whether by accident or by sort of deliberate intent.
That's something else.
The TERFs have since been jettisoned from the HRC, but the whole hangover or the albatross around their neck of this marriage horseshit is still there. Go ahead.
It's something else I don't really understand, and it might be a bit off topic or start a new topic, but maybe it'll get people talking, is the need for people to feel like they need to be married within a Christian church, or that they need to belong to a religion that fundamentally opposes what they stand for, what they are. Like, why not just go into a religion that doesn't oppose it? Or, you know, why do they want that? Why do they want to be part of Christianity, even though it's like founding tenets are clearly opposed to it?
The Episcopal Church would disagree, as would the Anglican. Believe Unitarian, Universalists, well, have a at least Christian inclusive stance, and are also LGBT affirming. Quite a number of Christian churches are LGBT affirming, especially across the pond, but the Metropolitan Community Church in the U.S., besides the Episcopal, also marries gays and so on.
Well, I mean, biblically speaking, like, I think it's Romans chapter 1 is like very clear about fundamentalism, at least fundamentalist Christianity, and its views on homosexuality.
Yeah, I mean, not every Christian believes the Bible 100%.
Well, they might believe the Bible, but they don't interpret it that way.
Well, yeah, or they
liberal interpretation of Romans 1:26-27 is of like orgiastic temple rituals where people who were kind of heterosexual in their normal lives were compelled or whatever to engage in gay or that's serious. literal argument against that, or one of their arguments. It's actually a few.
Alright, I'll have to relook it up because I haven't seen it in a while, but I just remember getting that vibe.
Religioustolerance.org.
Hmm?
Yeah, religioustolerance.org has a number of the liberal arguments on this, and conservative ones too, but still.
I know plenty of people that follow Christianity, and they don't adhere to the Bible 100%. They just kind of pick and choose because certain things don't apply to them and things of that nature.
1 Corinthians 6:9 has one of the liberal interpretations is that the our synagoguetai referred to, I guess, either the slave masters who compel their slaves into essentially gay sex with them, or otherwise the erastes in a pederastic relationship, and the malakos referred to essentially like gay bottom prostitutes or something.
Well, you said you cited the verse. What verse was it?
First Corinthians chapter 6 verse 9.
What was the one in Romans?
Romans chapter 1 verses 26 and 27. There's also 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 10, and Revelation chapter 21 verse 8.
Yeah, this is like BibleGateway.com on 26, and just says, in some way the men also abandoned natural relations with women and were inflamed with lust for one another. Men committed shameful acts with other men and received in themselves the due penalty of their error. So, I mean, that seems pretty clear.
Yeah, people interpret things like crazy all the time.
I don't know, I just see, like, I don't see their need to go to Christianity. I don't understand why they don't like something like Buddhism or something that hasn't had that history of being... Huh?
Well, my own take on that is it is anti-LGBT, and furthermore, it's on the grounds of it being anti-LGBT, I condemn Christianity. I say it's terrible ideology, therefore.
Right, so that makes sense. I'm just saying I don't know why someone would, with those stances for LGBT, would still want to mingle with the Christian ideology.
Who knows? I think it's strange. There are churches out there for them. Again, Metropolitan Community Church, Episcopal Church, and so on. Unitarian Universalists are actually the most popular of all.
Well, anyways.
Welcome, Flip. I'd actually point out also that not that many LGBT people are atheists.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Even with all the bad things it says about us, most of us still believe in religions.
Well, that's interesting.
I have no idea how they reconcile it.
I mean, just because you're gay doesn't, or lesbian or trans or bisexual doesn't mean you don't believe in God just automatically.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if that were me, I wouldn't go towards an organization that has a history of being opposed to it.
Yeah, but you don't even need to be a part of an organized church to be a Christian, technically. You can just do it on your own time.
I guess.
Well, they still have the trouble of it being in black and white in the Bible.
Wait, are you saying it is or isn't black and white?
It is in black and white in the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you don't take the New Testament, then, well, Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13.
Right.
Basically says, you know, kill gays.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of Christians don't believe in, like, Revelations either. I mean, not Revelations, Genesis and, like, you know, the origin, Adam and Eve and all that stuff. So, I mean, like I said, a lot of people just kind of pick and choose what they want to believe. They don't...
Well, why adhere to being Christian still? Why not call yourself something else?
Still, I mean, I'm just going on what I kind of used to believe when I was Christian, and also this is what my parents believe, so just to let you know ahead of time. But a lot of people just, you know, resonate with the idea that there's a God who's looking after them, and they subscribe to the Christian God. I mean, that doesn't just automatically mean they have to believe every word of the Bible.
I suppose.
One of the tricks that goes on is something called Jesusism, where they basically say that the only things that really matter in Christianity are the words of Christ, and they throw out essentially all of Paul, all of Paul's epistles. They only deal with words of Christ in the Gospels.
I guess you could get away with that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of people just believe that if you're a good person, you go to heaven. So.
Well, they say, okay, we believe in Jesus, blah, blah, blah. Check out, essentially, you know, everything out of the Bible we chuck except for words of Jesus. You know, limited to the 4 Gospels, and not even all of the Gospels, just words of Christ in them. Right? That's what they do. And all the statements that are anti-LGBT are straight from Paul's epistles. So, or Revelation. They chuck Revelation too.
Shouldn't a Christian do that, though? They just follow the red letters in the Bible and nothing else, since it is Jesus after all?
Well, the answer is, I think it's going to end up depending on, like, how they end up feeling about it, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a what would Jesus do question. And the problem is the divinely inspired bit that they apply to the whole text. So they assume that it's all the Word of God, not just the red letters. And that's only if you have a red letter Bible anyway.
Yeah. Well, again, you know, they go Jesusism, and they're saying, you know, the fuck with sola scriptura, the fuck with divine inspiration, you know, just what did Jesus say and what would Jesus do? Sorry.
Is it red news like that, Nadia?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's, you know, pretty involved in various scriptural affairs.
Oh, okay, I thought he was only a red letter guy.
No. But anyway, that's one of the ways they end up doing it.
Well, it's interesting. Like,
others.
I know a lot of Irish Catholics, and they're all like hard liberals, you know, gay marriage advocates, all that stuff. But then they're obviously still Catholics, and they go to church all the time, and they believe all the Catholic magic and whatnot.
I wouldn't say the Irish are all liberals.
No, I'm talking about the Irish Catholics I know.
Well, yeah, okay, but consider the controversy around the St. Patrick's Day parade in Boston.
Univision, a Spanish language news network in the United States, polled every Spanish-speaking country in the world, and essentially to get an idea of what Catholics thought of various social issues. And they found a majority supported gay marriage.
Yeah, that
was their
surprise
only
me.
proxy for LGBT issues, but yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it's just interesting, like, a lot of people obviously don't believe in everything that the Bible says, and they just kind of, you know, take it at what they believe in their heart and what they connect to and things. So it's very interesting to me how different people believe in that stuff like that. I don't think it really makes sense for people to believe in Christianity without the entire Bible, but it seems to be the way that a lot of people go.
Well, the Catholic Church had to been very inclusive in order to survive. I mean, if you wanted, you know, to get
absolutely.
out of just being in the area of Judea and get to Rome, take over Rome, Northern Europe and all that, you had to adapt, let's say.
In the meantime, the Pope says on the bomb.
Yeah, you're the nuclear Nadia. Nuclear Nadia.
Yeah. There's also a underhanded comparison to bioweapons. The genetic mutilations obviously refer to bioweapons, so. Says that trans people are apparently as evil as not just an individual nuclear weapon, the entire nuclear stockpile combined, as well as all the bioweapons stockpiles combined.
Yeah, they should be very, very afraid of you. Why aren't they? And also, why are there more copies of the King James than the Douay-Rheims? And I didn't mean that to rhyme, but somehow it did.
Who's going to trust the Bible by a guy named Dewey?
That's true. King James sounds like it has authority.
The Douay-Rheims is the Catholic Bible, though, in Latin.
Actually, to temporarily touch back on the kind of issue we departed from, you know, William James is or
Jones.
I forget what the Jones. Okay, William is saying he wouldn't object to all these rights protections and so on. Saying, oh well, people shouldn't discriminate against you on those bases. Well, polls of people have actually been done on what they think about that, and polls generally come up not only that people support it, but that they believe such laws are already in place in Iran.
In Iran?
Yeah. If I was in the horrific position of being responsible for hiring people and running a fairly small company, so I wasn't just hiring people, I was also responsible for keeping the company running. Wow, that would be stressful as hell. That's not my environment. I would really, really want, because of the field I'm in and my own particular set of biases and such, I would want the absolute best people for the job. And in my field, I think Nadia qualifies in spades. The only real issues I see actually are the health issues. But it depends on whether, you know, the company would have a decent health package. If the company has a decent health package, then, and not is showing up for work, doing the work, then that issue goes away.
And if the employee is good enough, I mean, you make accommodations at work. If they need their medication at work, you make accommodations for it if you want that person.
Oh yeah.
All it really means is if I can take shots or whatever.
Yeah. Essentially, I'm hiring the brain, nothing else. I'm interested in the brain. I'm interested in the brain showing up, and I wouldn't have one of those stupid open office layouts either. Everyone would have an actual office with a door.
Lock them right in.
Because, well, the thing is open office plans absolutely fucking suck for my field. They're ridiculously popular, but the reality is they suck.
Why are they popular if they suck?
Oh, because they're trendy and this, that, and the other. I don't know. But the reality is it's just too damn distracting having all that other noise and stuff.
Isn't it more
going on.
spacious? Well, not more spacious, but it saves more room with all those people.
Yeah, it saves space, but
It tends to encourage collaboration, but it does suck. Like I feel like you can't get anything done.
And then there's the birthday parties. You celebrate everybody's birthday. Every day is a birthday party and cake. Oh God. Never mind.
Yeah, the way to handle that is to set aside I don't know, after time or something like that to do the kind of thing instead of disrupting the actual working hours.
Then they come around with donations. Somebody needs this. Somebody needs that. It's like, I'm trying to make money here.
yeah, I would actually forbid soliciting, by the way. I'd have a closed office plan. That is, everyone has a proper office, but there would be a common area with the ping pong table and maybe a pool table for, and obviously a cafeteria for, people to relax in, because let's face it, people commute an hour to your job and an hour back. That's 2 hours right then out of their day. And if they're expected to do an 8-hour day, that's 10 hours. Yeah, and of course it doesn't really work that well. I'd be a little bit more flex time, a little bit more. Well, I'm kind of off the rails here, but
I did like to hear your work schedule because I'll work for you, dude. That sounded legit.
Oh, it is. I think thing is, when you're in the zone, you really don't want to be interrupted, because you're derailed. And then
I've had that.
You got to reload into your brain what you were doing. And that takes people a while. Even very clever people.
Yeah, I would. Well, one of the big things is equipment starvation. On top of that, essentially, people do use equipment and so on to get things done, even if you have kind of a whatever kind of computing-based business. I mean, if anything, you're actually need more of them because of the well, you're trying to make things work on various systems. You're trying to well, you end up tying up systems with things that are in flight, and then you need to keep doing more and so on. So yeah, getting the desktops, kind of desktop systems, that are pretty beefy, responsive, especially big screens, stuff like that. It actually matters. Productivity is been studied, and one of the big things IBM found was yeah, big high-resolution screens for whatever reason, taking off the strain off the eyes and whatever else that boosts productivity massively.
Yeah. You'd have at least two, maybe three 4K monitors, 64 gigabytes of RAM, a few terabytes of disk, and 16 fast cores in the desktop workstation.
One of the tricks of that is basically to make the desktop affairs meaningful. I mean, what you're really doing at your desk and so on, it doesn't quite need that much power, but what you definitely do need is access to literature. So getting the sort of like getting past the journal paywalls and everything else needs to be pretty streamlined.
Yeah, subscribe to the right journals, have a hard copy library.
Hard copy libraries.
Yeah, the hard copy library may not be important anymore, but certainly streamline the right subscriptions to the journals that are important and relevant.
Well, yeah, it shouldn't really be quite as much in a case of like a hard copy library as like, you know, getting references when they're needed, because a lot of like the problem solving, etc., is just finding a fit of some solution that's already out there waiting to be applied.
Well, my brother-in-law actually required gobs and gobs of memory on his local workstation because of the particular area of research he is in. But yeah, that still goes to an NAS, and there are still supercomputing facilities that are used.
Yeah, what would I do? Something like the dynamic quintile monitor or something like that.
Yeah. And not to mention multi-million-dollar electron microscopes.
Yeah. Dynamic quintile monitoring is pretty... I never actually got to go on with it because it was a project that got cut off by certain disruptions and so on, but
well, yeah,
it's an advanced algorithm for that. You know, end up needing like logarithmic space over time and so on. So,
well, his situation.
Sort of tolerate
oh, sorry.
Well, it's an example, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
his situation.
Where you end up finding this algorithm just waiting to be applied that could be of major importance to all kinds of statistics monitoring and such is in it's essentially a journal paper. I think it's available on sites here, but yeah, you can easily envision that quite a number of journals are paywalled.
Well, in his particular situation, he'd actually be authoring articles for those journals. And your bar of entry would be the fact that, well, he's an associate professor for one. No, sorry, he's a tenured professor now. Gee, I keep forgetting he's tenured. Jeez, where does the time go? But it's been work that he did like for his master's degree, PhD, postdoc work, associate professor, tenured professor. I mean, it's all been a progression of the same research in the same field, and massive, massive, massive computing resources are required because of the size of the data sets that are dealt with and the equipment that gets used. I mean, like I said, you know, getting data from electron microscopes, it's not like you're looking through a the binocular optical microscopes that you might have seen in high school. I mean, these things are big freaking machines that fill several sub-basements.
Yeah. The trouble I have is the kind of solutions or whatever I have insight into, and are things that people are not really going to pay for, or otherwise would not deem me sort of credible to eventually produce. So
yeah, well,
I mean, for instance, let's say I propose, either let's say hammering out my own operating system from scratch. Apart from operating systems themselves not being profit centers, I would also not really be deemed a credible source. Because the people who are major operating system designers who, I guess, actually have like a few operating systems behind their name already. Those guys have like teams of people they carry with them everywhere. They have that sort of an entourage. Generally, got through doctorate work and so on, and I've got like a bachelor's and a few notable patches, but just patches into the Linux kernel.
Well, early days at Microsoft, you would have fit in, because Microsoft essentially, they got started with a basic interpreter, but I think they're the only company that has successfully licensed and sold an operating system on that basis. Everyone else, their operating system was in-house and was essentially a core component of what they were doing, but that was not their business. Like, IBM's AIX and DEX VMS, and, well, hell, Apple distinguishes itself by its software, but the actual operating system in OS X, huge swaths of it are taken from open source. The FreeBSD component that was turned into Darwin, the mock kernel. I think they've kind of merged the two, but because they don't have separate process IDs anymore. But yeah, it's distinguishing their goods, and they're getting into services and shit too. So it's really, they're a hardware company still. IBM is a services company. So, yeah.
Wait, did you say Apple's a hardware company?
Apple is a hardware company. They may not make all their hardware. In fact, they make very little of it. All the components are sourced globally. Only one machine is actually manufactured in the United States. That's their Mac Pro. Everything else made in China.
Apple is just a brand name.
Computing. Trans women are kind of a big deal in computing. In fact, there's kind of a whole like cyberqueer affair. I guess where there's a point where quite a number of us flocked to the field because it was understood at the time to be friendlier than many others. But well, friendlier doesn't mean quite everything, and we can take hits from the outside that will get us knocked down even within friendly companies. Like I think Oracle, but by and large, was like having like gay and lesbian Christmas choruses and so on in the lobby of their office building. And And I think shortly after, relatively early with respect to other companies in the field, they got their group insurance to cover transition surgeries. So there was there are reasons to go to these companies specifically for LGBT people. Google, kind of same story on most of these issues, if not all.
Yeah, you do well in a company that has large research department, but unfortunately, those companies tend to be looking for PhDs.
Yeah, that's kind of why I never got anywhere with that. I tried to get sort of education or whatever going, and basically nobody ever signed off on it.
Yeah. Wait. William wants to say something?
Yeah, I wonder why Microsoft started making game systems. They could make the game systems back when the Super Nintendo days were on.
I have no idea what he just said. And
Well,
probably mostly because of the kind of lack of relevance, as opposed to not being able to hear.
Two filters at work there against you, William. Sorry.
That's all right. What I was trying to say is why Microsoft couldn't make a console when the Super Nintendo came on. I mean, they could compete with Nintendo, but why they didn't do? Why they have to wait till the PS2 area or PS3 area?
What the hell?
Games are not
going on.
They're
try like the big companies and the LGBT issues and like trans healthcare and being totally like out of any of the lower end policies.
Yeah.
All right. So if you wanted any kind of trans healthcare insurance coverage, even just kind of like partial cost offsetting, it had to be through Fortune 500.
Well,
and of course the field that you can actually kind of get into has the culture that doesn't get you thrown back out again once you enter it. It was computing.
Yeah, the best job I interviewed for and didn't get was with a company in Cambridge area of Boston. You literally across the street from the MIT campus. And I managed, in spite of my shallow credentials, to get a personal interview. I've told you this before, but I don't know if everyone's heard the story. And I knew I was in over my head once I realized that the lowest education level for the programmers there was a master's degree, and they were generally working on their PhDs. The largest group was the PhDs and the postdocs.
The next
basically I was
set of issues that they were
outclassed.
Where was that at?
Well, as far as as far as trans women trying to get into anywhere and so on, like Lynn Conway, Sophie Wilson, Audrey Tang, and so on, are kind of big examples. You can Danielle Bunting, I guess. Big examples are built up as far as people actually transitioning and computing and somehow surviving their careers, surviving it.
Yeah, I won't name the company I interviewed with simply because I don't want to advertise anything either positive or negative about them. I will say, though, that their biggest competitor for employees was Google.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, small companies are just kind of a non-starter. One of the super big reasons, of course, is beyond the discrimination kinds of issues again.
Yeah. Well, they were
like trans healthcare, etc.
Yeah, they were a modest-sized company, but in their field, they were the dominant company. And yeah, they had a very nice compensation package, including the ability to do continuing education at any of MIT, Harvard, or Yale.
I don't know if it does me any good. I mean, there's.
Yeah, it would have been a nice.
My career is dead. My career is dead, and so am I.
Well, yeah, I ended up, let's see, was it? Well, I've been through the consulting business, and I'd say consulting is exactly like being a prostitute. And the question is, do you work for a consulting firm, in which case you have a pimp, or do you do it yourself, in which case...
No, the difference is in real prostitution, the pimps act more like protectors.
That business, though, the consulting industry has its own set of foibles that I mean, you can make good money, but the problem is consulting firms tend to have very unrealistic expectations.
Yeah, the consulting and operating systems is kind of not there, so it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah. Your best bet, I think, and unfortunately it's also the shittiest one for staying in software, is essentially producing your own product, which is essentially what I'm trying to do. And the odds are very long on success. I mean, it is kind of like playing the lottery.
My own software doesn't mean anything. Like kernel patches. Well, GPL and redistributed with mainline, nobody's paying for kernel patches. They, get from git pull.
Yeah, from what I've seen with the open source community, by and large, the way you make money is either doing consulting work, or if you're really, really lucky, like for example, Chris Latner is the guy who started the LLVM compiler initiative from scratch, that is, to replace GCC. He got hired by Apple. So, that's big, massive deal for him. He's PhD. And so on and so forth.
Well, I got hired and so on, but we'll never be again, so it doesn't matter. I mean, like I said, my career is over, or my career is dead, and so am I.
Well, you can always go down fighting.
Okay, if that's true, then how do I fight? What is a fight?
Working on some kind of product that people want. I don't know. I mean, I'm in a similar boat. I mean, I don't have your health issues, but I don't have your education either. The only real way to go is have a good idea and implement it well and market it.
Oh wait, we should ask Rev. We brought up Jesusism earlier.
Yes.
And there was a question of whether you yourself were a Jesusist, and I guess by extension what you thought of it in general.
Yeah, in general, I would say that I do. That is the best answer. But what people don't understand, the main reason I came in here was to say this. What people don't understand in general is that the epistles, and when it speaks of stuff like homosexuality and that stuff, the epistles are written for the church, right? So people within the faith should abide by that stuff, okay? How are we to go to the sinner, the person? How should we treat people outside the church? That's what the red letters are for, you know? It's to treat people with love, respect, and preach the gospel, period. I think a lot of Christians don't get that, and that's where all this hate comes in and the problems. So, to answer
what about the red?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
What about the red letter types that, well, throw out the epistles and everything else, and just go with the words of Christ?
Well, for me, I'm going to read the epistles because I believe that I can learn from them for myself. But am I going to push that stuff on somebody that doesn't believe? No, it's for me. It's not for you if you don't believe.
I guess the question was in particular about like believers and so on who follow that kind of doctrine. Yeah, only the words of Christ matter.
Well, I thought I did my best to explain it. How should we treat people outside our belief? Okay, the red letters perfectly explain that to us. I mean, you see Jesus going to the sinner all the time in the Gospels. To the most quote unquote religious people like the Sadducees and Pharisees, he was pointing at them and saying, "You're of your father the devil. You don't even know God. You're trying to say that you're going to get people to God, and you're not even going to heaven yourself, right?" So, I mean, it's all right there. He was a rebel from the start. That's what got him killed, basically. So, yeah, I respect the Red Letter movement, and I would call myself a part of it. Do I throw out everything else? No. I learn from it myself, but that's because I'm a believer. So, it's the best way I could explain it, Nadia.
Could you throw away the Old Testament and just follow the red letters, though? Since Jesus fulfilled the law? I didn't abolish it, but he fulfilled it. I mean, so technically, could you throw away the Old Testament and just follow the words of Christ? And
Technically, Flip, you could. Absolutely. But, you know, there's still stuff in there, mainly historical stuff that we can learn from just being a part of the faith. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
But technically, you're right. You could throw it out. But I mean, if you do your, you know, if you study to show yourself approved, it's really edifying because you can see Christ, the person of Christ, all throughout the Old Testament. It's it's a really beautiful thing when you take it all together and just mesh it. It really is. They belong together. But so personally, for me, it edifies my belief in Christ. So am I going to throw out the Old Testament? No. But that's just for me. But when it comes to the condemning others for what they're doing, it's not of Christ. It's just not. Every time that he was sitting with sinners, he was preaching the good news, saying, "Hey, look, I'm the guy that was spoken of for a long time. Just believe in me, and you're good to go." You know. So
Didn't you say Jesus was in the Old like the Garden of Eden that started all there? Jesus was there too. Were you talking about that one time? Like he's through the whole Old Testament.
Yeah, I mean, they call it I believe a Christophany. I believe that's the theological term for it, where you can see Christ. What's that? Go ahead, Nadia. Sorry.
Whose music is that? Oh, sorry.
I didn't hear any music.
Okay. That was just a video starting on its own on my end. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I think it's called a Christophany flip. There's several places in the Old Testament, such as when Abraham met with the angels, and 2 angels, I believe, and one that Abraham actually named Yahweh. He said it was the Lord himself. In my belief, I think that was a pre-incarnate Christ that he encountered. I do believe that Christ was most likely in the Garden of Eden. There's certain places that throughout the Old Testament where you see it. Most of the time, it's called an angel of the Lord, quote unquote. Through my study, I believe that was probably a pre-incarnate Christ. So, but in terms of this condemnation that comes from the Christian Church, I'm completely against it, and that's one blessing, from being a part of Nadia's Hangouts and seeing Nadia. The consequences of what this has done to her life just further proves that this is not of Christ. So that's the best I could say. Go ahead.
Well, what it related to earlier was how most LGBT people are actually not atheists. Right, so how do they can reconcile their believing in Christianity somehow with, I guess, Christianity? And I brought up quote-unquote liberal interpretations first and foremost. I also mentioned these sort of Jesus.
Whoa. Did anybody else? Is that just on mine? Nadia gone?
Yeah, Nadia got raptured.
Is there a place open?
There is right now.
This whoops.
Yeah, that was weird. I never saw that happen before, where she just just dropped really quick like that.
I've seen that happen. She should be.
Yeah. Oh my God.
There was probably a glitch on her end, and she'll be back.
Tom said, Rev, you weren't raptured?
Nadia got raptured. She was the only true believer among us.
I always knew it. No, my answer to her on that one would be, Paul also said in the epistles that there is no condemnation in Christ Jesus. So let's face it, I mean, there are LGBT people that are Christians, right? So how do they deal with that? That's called sanctification. I mean, and there are, and I know if Nadia were here, she would argue with me on this one, but there are people that were homosexuals that became Christians, and they kind of walked out of it, And I'm not saying that that's going to happen for everybody, but there are testimonies of it happening. But at the end of the day, it really is not what you do that sanctifies you. It's the sacrifice and believing on the blood of Christ, period. So can you be gay and a Christian? I believe you can, absolutely.
I would argue that most likely they probably became celibate.
Most likely, Fudd. I have heard that there are some that got married, but they are probably still repressing certain feelings. So I would mainly agree with you.
Oh yeah, there are, I guess you would call them bisexual, really, because they've been able to be appropriately aroused to have children in a marriage.
Right. Yeah, I can't talk about the gay stuff because I ain't gay, so I don't know how it works. But
Well, yeah, I'm in the same boat you are.
Right. But anyway, just to wrap it up, for myself anyway, this condemnation that you see people like Westboro doing, and it's not of Christ. It just isn't. If they're actually reading the Gospels, they would see every time Christ was in the presence of a quote-unquote sinner, he came in love, man. He would sit down, eat with them, and the Pharisees were saying, what's this? You call yourself a rabbi, and you're sitting down with these, publicans and tax collectors and sinners? He's like, hey, that's what I came for. He said a well person doesn't need a physician. A well person is, if you're already sanctified, you're good to go. But it's a sick person that needs a physician. So, I mean, that's my take. Anyway, guys. Ermine, Nadia isn't here.
Back in. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious how long this room will remain live without Nadia.
Oh, it's 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. And the other thing is, if, like with Ermine, she obviously dropped right back out knowing the situation, but
and apparently someone is Nadia blocked.
Who gets bumped when Nadia comes back?
Yeah, I think she might be. She might have an error, and the Hangout kicked her out, and now she's kind of blocked because it kicked her out. Because apparently she told Desert that she's blocked by someone.
What? It's telling her that she has somebody.
How can she be blocked from her own Hangout?
Oh yeah, she has someone blocked, right? Yeah.
That's a serious software glitch if your own Hangout blocks you out.
Well, wait a minute. That's weird, though, because, everybody that's in here currently, she was already in the room with.
Yeah, it was just random. She was, like, mid-sentence.
Yeah, I can see her computer crashing or her network going down sufficiently long that she has to reboot, restart.